Hola, hola Noé.
Buenos días. ¿Se me oye? Sí.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you today? Good morning, everyone. Please, if you may take a seat. You all have. You all look like you got up early and you didn't go to bed too early yesterday. So that's very good for this second day. We are going to start with some energy. So good morning. Not a lot of energy. Let's go to the point. There's a lady that is around all the time, that is working a lot for this to work out, and today it is her birthday. So can you come to the stage and we sing happy birthday to you, Gemma?
Rápido y fugaz.
Just very quick.
Venga, vamos allá.
Okay, let's go.
Cumpleaños feliz, cumpleaños feliz, te deseamos todas. Cumpleaños feliz. ¡Bravo! Gracias, Gemma. Que tengas un buen...
Thank you, Gemma. Have a nice day and don't work so much, if it's possible. We are difficult, I know. Okay, now we are going to get a little bit more lively. They seem to be more lively now. But today we are going to have a conference. We have people from all over the country and we want to raise our voices. So let's start with the people from Madrid. Do we have people from Madrid? A hand for the people from Madrid. There are like 10 or 12, I would say. So there were 200 people coming, and from Mallorca. Do we have anyone?
Bien, bien, correcto.
Vamos mejorando.
Okay, that's good, that's good. So people from Asturias.
¿Qué más tenemos por ahí?
What else do we have? Seville.
Ahí. Por cierto, Irene, ayer...
Okay, Irene yesterday told me that she was going to sing a song, but we can leave that for a little bit later. Otherwise, we will run out of time. And Barcelona, and we cannot forget people from Cantabria. Murcia, Cartagena.
¿Se nos olvida algún territorio?
Are we forgetting anyone? Granada. Is there anyone from Granada? And Córdoba. Okay, Córdoba. And Extremadura. You like to party. So okay, let's focus. Let's focus. So we have a video. And the Canary Islands.
Lo que os gusta el cachondeo, es que es impresionante.
You like to party, don't you? So now, yesterday we had breaking news with the people that were on the stage to be able to share the highlights of yesterday's session. So we want to start with a video today so that we can all see ourselves and each other, and we can share what the day yesterday was like.
Ah,
Qué bonito el resumen del.
Well, that was a beautiful summary of yesterday's session. So let's focus and let's get into the world of deinstitutionalization. And we are going to tell you an anecdote that I remembered yesterday, and I was told the other day by my colleagues from Gijón. And Maribel was up here, and she told us that when we accompany people that suffer homelessness, instead of being around them or making decisions on their behalf or influencing them, I remember that anecdote from our colleagues from Gijón. And one day they had an appointment with someone at the station, and she was really very anxious and asking for support, and she needed, and although she was not really involved in the plan that they had. And in order to really explain the plan that we were following, they said, okay, let's turn around, you start walking, and look back, and here we are. But you have to lead the way, and we will be supporting. So that's how we introduce the topic. And let's go to the first roundtable. The first roundtable, I think that there are two types of people in the world, those that inspire us and people that do. And there are privileged ones that do both things. So we are now going to share some time with three very special people that are here to motivate, to inspire. And we turn the floor over to Berta González, who is an advisor of the Cabinet of the Secretary of State on social rights from the Ministry of Social Rights, Consumption and 2030 Agenda. Welcome. Hi, how are you? First, I would like to apologize because I'm going to spend some time with you, but this is not going to be so much fun as the introduction. It is for me a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you very much for inviting us. We had the Secretary of State yesterday, Rosa Patricia Bezunartea, the General Director of Diversity and Social Services. And now we have also the opportunity to be present in this second day of the conference to share the experience that we have drawn from the General Secretariat and the contribution that we have made to transform this environment and this situation of homelessness. But I think that it goes much beyond that. We have been sharing lots of things in these last 3 years. We are trying to change the system, and we are shedding light, or you are shedding light, and it also gives clues for how to address things related to the elderly, to infants, and to many other vulnerable people. And we are going much beyond and transcending just our specific environment, and we can have an impact on many other areas. And we want to learn, we want to look for success stories and to learn those lessons. And it is really very rewarding to see that after this bet that we made of investing more than 150 million euros in social services and invest part of that funding in homelessness, it is really very rewarding. And I'm being honest, it fills us with pride and with happiness to see how much we have generated, you have generated in these 3 years, because there are methodologies, tools, resources, processes, experiences, life experiences, both from the people that you are accompanying and also from yourselves, from the people that accompany those vulnerable people. This is like a party, like a feast of learning and of knowledge, and congratulations to the whole team. And I insist, thank you very much for having us. And I would like to highlight that reviewing the agenda the other day and the amount of roundtables and the whole amount of knowledge that you are sharing here, I think that those two organizations, HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda are two organizations that we always have to look towards, and you have a specific characteristic, which is that you make that knowledge available to the rest of the universe, and that characteristic, which has a lot to do with radical generosity with values, is essential in processes of social innovation, of systemic transformation, and it is not so common as it should be, and it's important to highlight that. And also to thank those two organizations for that attitude of generosity, of radical generosity, that brings us all closer to transforming the lives of those peoples and also our own lives. And look, when I saw the title of the round table, or to the title of the whole conference, you talk about keys for change. If you look at the different projects, there are 20 of them that were funded from the State Secretariat. Many of them speak about housing, about house, and there are all types of sentences around housing and around a home, really. And you turn it around and you speak about the keys. And thinking about keys and about this sort of thing, there was an image that really had an impact on me when we accompanied you in this journey. We were lucky enough to be able to learn on the go from you and accompany you, and not just fund the project, and while you were making this innovation possible. And we were able to visit on 2 different occasions each of the 20 projects, and we paid a first visit to Mallorca. We have the people from Mallorca over there. So the people from Mallorca and from the public administrations, they are doing an excellent job, and they have become a reference, a benchmark for the rest of the territories of Spain, and of course for the ministry. And we were discussing the visit with Maribel. We wanted to bring people from the team and public servants from the ministry so that they got to know things on the ground. When we were planning that, Maribel was saying, you have to see the best thing that we are doing, the innovative solutions that we are developing and how we are accompanying people. We were able to talk to people that had gone through those transitions, elderly or adults, younger people. And of course, when Maribel insists on something, you have to pay attention, because it will always lead you to a very nice place. And we also had the opportunity to see things that we are not so proud about. And we visited one of the shelters. I don't remember the name, and the public administration was already also in the midst of a transformation of that shelter, and it was interesting to see it, because we need not only to speak about the new things that we need to create, but also we have to pay attention and to be in the areas that have to be transformed, that need improvements, because that's where you face human rights violations more directly and more in a more straightforward way. And we were in one of the offices, and we saw that there was this image on the window. Sorry, I thought that I had a presentation on the screen, but it is not there. Okay, shall I use a remote? No, it's not working.
Ay, qué pena, pues...
Well, it's a pity. I think there was a problem. You won't be able to see that image, but there was an image. This is a problem with the presentation. I apologize for that. But there was an image. There was like a bulletin board, and there they had like 50 keys hanging there. And when I visit an institution for the elderly, for disabled people, for minors, I always want to ask about the keys. Where are the keys, and who has the keys? And normally you have the director, who is a handful of keys. I don't know if this is common in other areas, in other places, and he was opening all the different rooms, and there was like a bulletin board, but with the keys. The keys were there in an office, and only a few people had access to those keys, and probably it was the management of the institutions, and they were like very far away. And somehow keys represent the power to some extent. The keys could be a good metaphor. The one that has the keys has the possibility to open doors, to open up paths, but they also have the opportunity to close them. So it was interesting for me to start from that image. That transition, that path, that journey that we are talking about, we normally think that people have to transition towards an exit to the world, and they also have to, we also have to transition our resources, and the professionals have to transition towards a new way of doing things. But that has a lot to do with where power lies. And that's why I was putting this question on the screen about where are the keys. And there's a song about where are the keys. We are not going to sing it. In the next slide, we saw an image of a woman that also comes from HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda environment, and it's one of the most inspiring people I have met in these 3 years. And Esther Punzano, who is a person that many of you will know, she has been a very inspiring person, and we have learned a lot from her, and she's gone through homelessness. She knows very well how the care system works for those people that have difficult situations, either because they are homeless or because they have different situations in life. But she knows in depth how the systems and institutions work, and she's also an expert on how important it is to own your own life project and the possibility to develop your own life project. And I wanted to share these two images, although you are not seeing those images, but those keys that are far away, and then Esther, who is one of the people, one of the experts that have participated in the whole process of design of the deinstitutionalization state policy for a new model of care in the community. And we showed an image of her because she was one of the hosts of that whole process. So in the end, really, this whole process, those two projects that you have developed, have a lot to do with that transition that power has to make, and with this idea of really bringing the keys closer to the people. Let's see if you can see my presentation now. This is my presentation. Let's see. Those are the keys. Those are the keys. Imagine that now it doesn't appear there. Okay. I don't know if it rings a bell. This was in an office, and it's really like a metaphor. And Judith from the Plataforma Vidas, she's also there. And this is one of the most significant ones, and that's Esther. I would say the great Esther. So it's quite clear. It seems very simple. You generated lots of strategies, tools, innovations. If we were in that box, when we talk about deinstitutionalization in the field of homelessness, is going from A to B, from the institution to the community. So what happens? What's the problem? Why is it so difficult to develop all those processes? And I think that beyond offering those tool boxes, which is of course essential to have, but we also have to understand that those social transformation processes are cultural transformation processes, are processes that do not happen in a vacuum, in an isolated environment. If you get out of them, it is not a linear process. It is something that is much more complex, that you need to make progress, and that people that have been homeless or other people that may have some support needs in the day-to-day, in order for them to make progress towards an autonomous life, the key is how to do it in such a complex environment. And that's a question we have to ask ourselves. And we have to understand that we have to get out, to be very prudent regarding those linear approaches that tell us that, if we had a different regulation, if we had more funding, of course those are essential elements, but there are no two unique solutions. And I don't think that housing first is the only solution. We need to combine different strategies, processes. We need lots of conversations. We need probably decades, and it is tough to say that, in order to really make progress in a positive way and in a sustainable way in those processes. Because unfortunately, this, which is what we see, how systems work, has some roots that are very much rooted in land or in a soil that is really very difficult to move. And this has a lot to do with what we understand by homelessness or by disability or by a long array of problems and vulnerabilities, and that's what we need to transform our whole culture. And from the public administration, we need to question our beliefs, because it's from beliefs that we design the public policies. So this is another one of the persons that have participated in the project, and we see her image on the strategy, and I thought it was worthwhile putting her photograph there. And the challenge has to do with that, with needing support on a day-to-day or at a certain point in your life or throughout your whole life. But that doesn't mean that you need to renounce a decent life, and we also have to incorporate all those aspects, that people that take care, that accompany, they also have to have a decent life, because if we don't take care of all those factors, we won't be able to reach a balance. And we incorporate both in the deinstitutionalization strategy and in the VIDAS platform, we incorporate that idea of the cross-cutting and intersectional approach. And that's very clear to you in homelessness, because sometimes the problems for people have a lot to do with a combination of discrimination, of vulnerabilities, and that generates a complexity and a vulnerability which probably doesn't have to do with the group that they are assigned to. So this is an image that we feel more comfortable with at the ministry, not a line going from here to there, and this idea of pushing dinosaurs, as we normally say, or pushing an elephant. We like this idea better. We have a territory, a land that we need to take care of, and from the different areas or institutions that are involved, we need to cultivate that. And there shouldn't just be an orientation from the point of view of the state or some third-party organizations that are doing their own thing. We need a combination of all that, and we will need to share, and there will be parts that need growing or harvesting, and some parts that need to be left at rest, and areas that need to be seeded, and we need to work on all those areas at the same time. And what we understand at the ministry in the field of social innovation, what we need are solutions, that a word that you use a lot, in small-scale solutions, because we think that the local experience is paramount. We talk about customer-centric approach, but also territory-centric approach, and we need to work with territories. Small-scale solutions that are adaptable, that are specific, that answer the specific problems that happen in that environment, and that are close to those people in a system of co-production. Small-scale solutions that are combined, and that are combined with a framework that gives a greater scale, that provides coordination, common principles, and that facilitates or provides a structural support for local initiatives to prosper. And that is our choice, that is our goal. And what we need is a value and principle framework with very powerful listening and assessment strategies, as you have had in your projects, that allow us to understand what is happening and to make customized decisions and agile decisions about what every person and every context require. So from that point of view, we understand deinstitutionalization not as a process of going from A to B, but we think it is a whole set and a deliberate set of actions that need to be developed, and that sometimes are connected and sometimes are not, and that in specific territories and with time can produce changes and sometimes qualitative leaps forward. I think that these 3 years have been a quantum leap forward that changed the mindset of the people, the patterns of relations and interaction, and the orientation of public policies. From the ministry, we understood that it was not only necessary to have more funding and to modernize, update, and and change the regulations, but also to generate social interaction spaces. And we have developed different changes in regulatory terms, creating processes that invest on generating evidence and like the evidence that you have gathered, and also within that framework of social innovation, and to feed really a strategy for a new model of care in the community, and changing in turn the regulations. These are the 20 projects that were funded by the ministry. They were developed by you, 137 organizations. It is a whole ecosystem with many public administrations have participated at regional and local level, trying to get out of that project dynamics or project logic. We want to have a common mission and a common vision where we want to contribute to a portfolio of innovations. And I'm going to clarify briefly, because I think I only have 2 minutes left. The how is the most important element. From the Secretary of State and from the Ministry, we wanted to articulate a platform Vidas. Judith, who have supported us will explain in more detail, and we try to build an ecosystem of social innovation, not only looking for results, but also for learning processes, and looking for or trying to multiply the experiences of deinstitutionalization, and so that all that learning, all those lessons can contribute to the transformation of public policies. Every project has gone through a process of developing their own innovations very carefully, with the same level of innovation that Haute Cuisine could have. And what we have after 3 years is 103 innovations. We have broken down with that project concept, and we have 103 innovations that will define and articulate our innovation portfolio that we can imagine not just as a set menu, but more like this idea of blackboard where you can write down and delete what are the trends, what are the supports, what are the accompaniment processes that people require. I'm going to skip that because Judith will tell you about it. This is what we have done in the platform in doing connections and building interactions and networks. We wanted to do that, to build connections and interconnections and networking among the different agents and identify trends. And in that process, we have these 20 projects, those 137 organizations that I was telling you, 103 innovations, more than 35,000 participants in total, 183 findings, and I know that when you finish your assessments there will be many more, 145 recommendations for the improvement of public policies that will be articulated around these three instruments: the innovation portfolio, the findings database, and a whole guide that we are going to develop based on your conclusions to scale the project. And very briefly, I will tell you how we are articulating and grouping those 103 innovations around 16 categories that will be part of the innovation portfolio. And this is what we have generated in the 20 project, and it is very much aligned with what you are doing today and what you have been working on in these 3 years.
As you can see, there is an important line linking accompaniment models that are focusing on people. It's not just about the way of accompanying, but also has to do with the way of funding, the support, the care. Every circle would be the innovations. To our HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda, they have to do with direct transfers, and this to us in the ministry is a source of learning which is very important. There are categories that are linked to the participation of the community, but also with everything that has to do with the development and the community activation, new modalities that have to do with access to housing, but also have to do with modalities of housing, other community process, transition process, how people are accompanied in their transition from the institution to the community in the 4 population population groups, but also what happens with our centers, how we accompany in this transformation process, professional roles, with innovative training and learning models, co-production dynamics, with the ways of generating alliances, transformative alliances with the public administrations, everything to do with data management, give a lot of information about risk processes, governance, also aspects that are linked to technology and to the evaluation assessment processes. With regard to each category, we are identifying common elements, and we will continue to offer the different innovations are being generated. Every color is an area, homelessness, children, disabilities. There is a great diversity of experiences. And as I said earlier, we're working on everything that has to do with generating learnings that relate to the escalation process. This is all. Thanks for giving me a little extra time. I'm just finishing. I know I'm really exceeding my time, but let me finish, please. There is a great deal of things to harvest. And this session is a perfect example of what is being harvested. Sometimes we need to wait a little bit and see what we can do with everything that has been generated. And there is some part of the land that covers emerging things, innovation, in everything that has been generated. So we will be by your side with this hat on, trying to take care of the land and trying to accompany you in this transformation. Thanks very much.
¿Dónde están las llaves?
Okay, we're now introducing the next speaker. 103 tested innovations. It's amazing. We are on the right path for change. The next speaker will make you perhaps need the headsets. She's Lisa O'Brien. She's Director of Housing Support for Youth in Focus Ireland. Big round of applause for Lisa, please.
Gracias. My mic is on. Muchas gracias and buenos días. Hello. I'll give you an opportunity to put on your headset should you need. Thank you very much. That was so interesting and a little bit daunting to come up after you with all of the work and stuff that you presented, but thank you very much. Before I get going, I'm actually going to ask for you to do something for me. So the first thing that I want to do is to ask you to think about your own experience. And I'm going to ask you to tell me, by raising your hand, if you left your family home when you were aged between 18 and 23 for the first time. So I did. Okay, thank you very much. I have another question for you, and that is, did you ever go back again? So for some people who left when they maybe went to university, when they came back during the summer, or maybe you moved out with some friends and then came home for a couple of months to save up to move up to the next place or to travel, did anybody come back after leaving that first time to their home? Okay. The next question is, does anybody here, or did anybody at that time, ask family, friends, neighbors for advice or help or money to help pay rent? Okay. And I wonder, does anybody in this room still ask people, family, friends, for help or advice in their lives? Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm leaving this with you now, this thought. The reason that I ask you about it is I was very lucky to be invited, and thank you to Vanessa and Alicia for inviting me to speak today about my organization and the work that we do around deinstitutionalization process and how we foster community living. Focus Ireland is a national organization, and To keep it very simple, we work to help people to get homes and to help people to keep homes. And part of those services that we provide are services around deinstitutionalization, which includes services for people who are coming out of prison or services for people who are coming out of mental institutions in Ireland. But we also do, and this is my area, work with young people who are coming out of the care system. And for some of you who were at the session that I was on yesterday, we're using a Housing First for Youth approach to working with young people. And I was asked to share some of the perspectives that we have. How did we shift the mindset of people? What strategies did we apply? What challenges did we have? And I think the best way for me to explain this to you is to tell you a story. And it's a story that's quite close to my heart. And for those of you in the audience that I may have trained at the beginning of this project, I told you this story, so it will be familiar to you. The story starts many, many years ago when I was a young woman working out of college for the first time in our country's child protection services. And I come from a small city in Ireland. And when I was working, the news came through to our child protection services that there was a report of children eating out of a bin behind a supermarket. This was incredibly unusual for my town, but also for Ireland as a country at that time. We discovered a young family, a mother with 4 children, were homeless, and this was not heard of. We responded as quickly as we could, and the children were immediately taken into the foster care system while we tried to get some information and find housing for them and their mother, which fortunately we did. And we started a re-engagement process with the mother. And that's where my job came in. I worked with a young girl named Emma, who was one of those children, and her sister, Amy. And Emma and Amy were working with me to be reunited with their mother, so I would take them and do some work with them and bring them home to their mother for periods of time. And one Friday evening, and those of you who work in the social field know that crisis always happens on a Friday evening, that I went to bring Emma and her sister Amy home. The translation minute. Okay, so I went to bring Emma and Amy home to their mum, and there was nobody in the house. There was nobody there. And I didn't know what to do, so I brought them back to our offices. And we tried local hospitals, the police station, etc., etc. After a number of hours, we had to make the decision to bring Emma and Amy back to their foster family because we could not locate their mother. And because I had a relationship with them, I had to be the one to tell Emma. And Emma was 10 years old, and I was expecting and preparing myself for a massive upset. And that's exactly what I got. Telling her that I couldn't bring her home, that I was bringing her back to a foster family, was probably, I think, the hardest thing that I have done in my whole career. Her reaction was one that was very emotional and very upset, and quite blaming, saying things like, "My mother would never leave me, this is you doing this." But also what I wasn't expecting was a level of anger that Emma had towards us and the system for doing this to her, and driving her up to her foster home, listening to her shouting and screaming, trying to keep her safe and hold the door because she kept trying to get out of the car, constantly saying, "My mother would never do this to us. This is what you're doing to us." And I can still hear that sometimes. I left her off in that day, and I didn't get to see her again. I had other work to do, and she settled in the foster family. But I went on in my career, and I worked for Focus Ireland, and I was managing an aftercare residential unit, which is like a transitional home for young people who are coming out of care. So they come, it's their own front door, but they have 12 months to live, to learn how to be independent, and then they finish and they move on. And I was looking at the referrals that were coming in, and I recognized a name, and it was Emma. Emma had grown up. And the young girl that was really, really angry that I left at 10 years old in their foster family arrived as a young woman who was very, very angry still at the system. However, maybe a little bit less easy to be empathetic to because the behavior of her anger was more damaging. For example, she was abusive to the people who were trying to help her. She was destructive of property. She was resistant to moving in. She had, as we all know, unfortunately, the black sacks of all of her life's belongings. She refused to unpack them in the house. And she was just a very, very angry young woman. She was engaging in very self-harming behavior in terms of the people that she was associating with were very dangerous, carrying knives, dealing drugs. And she was often quite abusive towards our staff, breaking down doors, etc. So very often, while we were trying to engage with Emma, I would get a phone call to say there's been an incident in the nighttime, or the guards have been here, or the police have been here again. But one night, but the staff kept trying, and one night I got a phone call, and I thought, okay, here we go again. And a staff member said to me, can I make, this is how long ago it was, can I make some phone calls to the United Kingdom? Can I have permission to spend the money? And I said, okay, why? And she said, because Emma came in and I just was so exhausted, and I just said to her, Emma, what can I do for you right now? And she said, I don't know where my mother is. My mother is in the UK, but I don't know where, and I want to find her and no one will help me. So this staff member said, let's just ring. And it was almost like a needle in the haystack situation for her to find her mother in the UK. To give you just a brief background, Emma's mother had serious alcohol issues, and during that period of time, since I left Emma and she came back into our aftercare service, she had different times that she would see her mother and then different times that she wouldn't. And her mother had incidences of being street homeless, being housed, being homeless again, and would often go back and forth to the UK from Ireland. This time she didn't come back from the UK. So the staff member started to ring, and I don't know how this happened, but found a hospital and found Emma's mother. But unfortunately, Emma's mother had passed away. And she was a Jane Doe in that hospital. And they were 24 hours away from burying her as someone unknown when they found her. Of course, this was really, really upsetting for Emma, but she was so happy that she knew what had happened to her mother and that she had the opportunity to say goodbye and have a funeral. And so she asked us, okay, can I have and host the funeral in my house? If you're saying this is my house, can I do that? So we said, okay, let's see what this works. And at the same time, we were starting to learn about Housing First for Youth. And so we were saying, okay, this is meeting her where she's at, let's do this. And we hosted the funeral, even though a lot of the people in her lives, professional people, were very worried about what that might look like in terms of the people who might come to the funeral and how that might impact on the other young people. We put in safety plans and we managed it, and it went really well. But what it did was give Emma the opportunity to be proud of a place and have a space where she could grieve with her family, and that was her home. And from that moment on, we had a turning point with Emma. And Emma asked us for support when she needed it, and talked to us openly about the challenges that she was having. And because I only have 20 minutes, I can't tell you the full range of the story of what happened with Emma, but I'm going to cut it down to little snippets. The first is, after 12 months, she didn't want to leave the program because she felt she had moved every time she had tried to do exams in the system. She had been moved and it disrupted. So she asked, can I go back to school? But if I go back to school, can I stay here? So we said, okay. And we had to make a lot of advocacy because at the time, Housing First for Youth didn't really exist. We were only starting it. So we had to advocate to the funders and to the people to say, let's let Emma stay for another year and as long as she wants to get through the exams. So we did that. We also supported Emma to advocate for herself, which I will say was incredibly powerful and much better than us advocating. The other thing that we did it after that. We helped her with her exams and she did all that. And then she decided, I would like to move somewhere else, and told us about the area that she might like to live in, what she might like to do, and at the same time, the type of course that she would like to do. She also was talking to us about engaging in therapy and maybe looking at the way she uses drugs to help her cope and how she could maybe change that. So all of these things were happening. And as they were happening, we were bringing in more and more people to help and support Emma as she was asking us to do that. We found Emma a home, an apartment, and she moved out and we helped her do that. And she stayed there for a period of time. And she continued with her education. Unfortunately, 2 minutes, I'm never going to get it done in 2 minutes. Unfortunately, Emma, where she was living, while she integrated really well, once the community found out that she was working with us as a homeless organisation, things shifted and changed for her. And it was quite distressing in terms of the attitude that other people had towards her. So we had to work with her again, and throughout that time there were periods where she was doing really well and then periods where she wasn't doing really well. So we had to stick with her through that time. But we also had to realise that she needed to move on to somewhere else now because this place was no longer suitable to her. In the meantime, she let us know she had gotten into a relationship with a young man, a very, very nice young man, and she discovered that she was pregnant. And she spoke to us. And this brought up a lot of emotions for Emma in relation to her own relationship with her mother and in relation to her ability to parent. And she was really nervous and scared. But again, engaged with us very well around having that discussion about what she was going to do. And she decided to have the baby. And we helped her again get the supports that she needs to do that well and get some counselling around her own relationship with her mother. A few months later, and I'm almost finished, but a few months later I went to visit her, and she said to me something that was really, really poignant. Before I went to visit her, she moved house into a long-term house in a really nice community that had schools nearby and creches. And I went to visit her, and she said to me, the thing about it is, I know that I'm going to be a good mother. My mother could have been a good mother. She loved us. I know she loved us. But she didn't have the support that I got. And if she had had that support, I could have had that. And I know now that my son is never going to be homeless. And I know now that my son is going to be well cared for because I know how to ask for the support, and I got the support that I needed. Telling a story, and she's doing really well, by the way, now, but telling a story can be really, really powerful in shifting people's perspective. Asking people to think about their own lives and how that impacts on the work that we do can also be really, really effective. I will finish by saying this. The work that has been done over the last 3 years by all of the projects, of course I know the most about the Housing First for Youth project, but I understand from all of them, has given many, many stories to you, including the story of that project. And it has given outcome and evidence. And now it's your turn to tell that story, to make more and more good projects happen, and to allow people like Emma to actually live their best lives. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Qué bien empezar la mañana así y ahora.
It's great to start the day in this way. We're inviting, from Seville, we're inviting Paco Fernandez. Where are you, Paco? Apologies, Paco. I don't know where I need to exit from when I finish. It doesn't matter. Good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to be here with all of you. Let me tell you a little bit about my life. My life since Gatti came to the home where I was working. At the beginning, there were doubts, hesitation. The experts from HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda, they came to the home to tell us what the project was about.
Vale. Que no. Gracias. Al principio tenía dudas.
At the beginning, there were doubts. These persons from Hogar Sí and Provivienda came to tell us about the project. Some persons had not registered because they did not believe what we said to them about giving them a flat for free. I was lucky to form part of this great project. When the technicians, the experts, gave us the keys to the house, there were 3 of us in the flat, and we said to ourselves, here we are, what next? Now, to make this function is really for us to achieve. So we put in some money and bought basic products. We established the cleaning rules of the place with days allotted to each of us. I remember the feeling of satisfaction that I saw in my friends, in my colleagues' house. It was cold, it was January. Provivienda brought us a heater. We switched it on at night, and together we had dinner that first night with this heater, and we talked about freedom, satisfaction, joy, hope, encouragement. Not just my benchmark expert, but the rest of the staff seemed to me really nice people. They were asking me what I needed at every time to give me autonomy. They respected my opinions, my way of seeing life at all times. If I ever needed them to accompany me to a public agency, my benchmark expert would bring out her notebook and we would make an appointment. Questions such as, what do you want to do? How do you want to do it? I was free to decide at every point, at every time. I've always told them the truth, because the more information they have about me, the more knowledge they have, and therefore they can help me in a much better way. So I would provide them with all kinds of information about my situation. I remember that my Provivienda expert, Isabel, told me that she had found a room in a shared flat with 2 other persons, the woman who owned the flat and another boy. In the initial flat, I could not find a private space to study, to think about myself. So I moved to this other room, which is where I'm staying now. It's really peaceful, and I fell in love with that. It's very spacious, has a lot of light, and has a big window to the street. I have a little table where I can study, I can write. And this was the beginning of my interest for training, for doing courses that not only allowed me to learn, but allowed me to learn about having routines, calendars, allowed me to learn to socialize with other persons. Time passed, and I was feeling well, I was feeling happy, and all this made me feel good. And I was saying to myself that this well-being was due to the fact that I must have been doing things right. I've done 3 professional courses, logistics among others. The logistics area is one which has to do with industrial estates outside the cities. Sometimes it is difficult to have transportation. You need your own vehicle to get to your work. So when the direct transfer came and they told me, the experts made me dream. I wanted to travel around the world with a caravan, so it was very, very encouraging. So it made me dream. My mind would fly, dreaming about that caravan. I was doing a training course about warehousing, logistics, and logistics is mostly located in industrial estates without much transportation means. Then I decided that the best thing would be for me to have my own vehicle, my own car, to be able to travel to the industrial estates. So my experts helped me with my initiative to get to buy my own vehicle. All changes in life bring about in people's body and mind a certain degree of fear of change, since you lose contact with the persons that form part of the transition process. They've been there since the beginning. I did not want to lose touch with those experts or with the program itself. My insecurity when I felt I was alone, I did not have a friend hand supporting me, was really big. I get really confused, really stressed when I had to make appointments with official agencies, when they request lots of official documents, professional life history. Well, I used to manage all this with the help of my expert. All this work may mean that the person has difficulties accessing all these services through the internet, all this insecurity, all this fear that I won't be able to manage all these situations, provoke negative thinking, and you believe that you may not be capable. You have a fear that you will lose what you achieved and you will have to go back to the home. If I have to change my address, it will be a negative aspect. Whenever I need to show a payroll sheet, if your mind believes you won't make it, things get very difficult. And if this ever happened, if I was homeless again, the frustration, the feeling of frustration would be very relevant, because you feel most incapable when you see that you cannot do it. I have to say that in my case, since I was trying to obtain support, I had quite a great deal of peace of mind. I've needed social services to help me with food. I get little help there. I can only pay the rent. Since I've been doing training courses, I've been able to have timetables. I have opportunities of socializing. All this is very challenging, even though it sounds normal. All this allows you to focus your mind on changing your life. The support networks of social services, employment agencies, San Ildefonso School, the Chamber of Commerce of Seville, all of these have been institutions that have been helpful. I've been very lucky as regards housing, since my room is very spacious, it's full of light. It's quite peaceful. I think I've already read this. I only have a few more minutes. I'm really nervous.
Estaba leyéndolo otra vez, sí.
Yeah, I was reading the same sheet again. My mouth is completely dry. I have no voice anymore. It's difficult to pull off the black. So let me just end with a phrase. Let's distribute love, because there's enough hatred in the world. You don't really live in the street, you survive in the street, and situation of need makes you survive. The bad thing about living in an institution is that they tell you when you have to eat, when you have to watch TV, when you have to take a shower. And all this is what brings to your mind a certain degree of stupidity, to put it that way. I have no more time. It's been a pleasure to be here with you. You know, you can invite me again. I'll be pleased to come.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thanks very much to all.
Bueno, yo tenía que salir por allí.
Bueno, ahora va a haber un poco de movimiento.
Okay, now a little bit of movement. We have workshops now, so we are going to leave some seconds until we relocate ourselves, and then we'll start with the next roundtable.
La última vez estabas en Nueva York, ¿no?
¿Qué tal? ¿Todo bien?
Bien, tío. Joder, qué pesadores, qué bueno.
Ya ves. No sé cuánto tiempo vamos a aguantar este ritmo, pero,
bueno,
pero el primer año había que pedalear a tope.
Subir al puerto y luego ya... Pues vamos a ir arrancando.
Okay, we are behind schedule, so we are going to start the next roundtable, and I'm going to...
Venga, espero 2 minutos más.
Okay, I give you 2 more minutes.
Tiro, Gemma. Venga, tirando, no pasa nada. Vamos a ir...
Okay, please, if you can take a seat. We are now going to... I'm going to say a few words, words that have already been mentioned a lot in these 3 years of transformation. We talk about the minimum viable product, a prototype, self-organized teams, sprints, retrospectives, rhizomes about co-creating, co-producing, and I don't know. Perhaps somebody that is alien to this environment will wonder what are we talking about with those words. But those were more or less the concepts that we used on a daily basis in an innovation project or an ecosystem of innovation focused on the transformation of the care system for homelessness. We wanted to generate change, to generate innovations based on knowledge and evidence, and that really added value, not just economic value. So social innovation processes where we, on the what we are transforming, and also on the how we are transforming it. That was also important. And this is my favorite roundtable of all the ones we are having, the roundtable about innovation. We have excellent speakers that are going to address the topic, and they will be introduced by Alba Scribano, and she's going to introduce our colleagues.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome.
Ole. Pues nada,
So welcome to our roundtable. As Sergio said, it is about innovating from social institutions, and the idea of this discussion roundtable, what we want to do is, with your opinion and with the opinion of the panelists, we are going to see what innovation looks like in social institutions, what challenges we face and what problems we encounter when we try to innovate in the third sector, what levers we can use to overcome those problems and to make progress in the world of innovation. And we are going to close it with a look into the future to see what we can do to continue innovating so that that innovation does not expire and it doesn't get lost. And then we will listen to you as well. So first of all, I'm going to introduce the panelists so that you know about their context. And we are going to start with you. Samara is going to be speaking in English, so if you need simultaneous interpreting, you have to use your headsets. And I have a whole CV. Samara, she works in the field of social justice for homelessness with a special focus on housing first with young people and system change. She's based in Brussels and she's the coordinator of the Housing First Europe Hub, an organization established by FEANSA with more than 20 suppliers of housing, governments, researchers of Europe and abroad. And she wants to put an end to homelessness and to propose and promote a change towards the approach, the housing first approach. Tamara is agile coach of the Provivienda organization, and she accompanies the transformation and organizational change processes through innovation and agility. And she has a long experience of more than 15 years in the third sector, developing managerial functions, coordination, coaching with teams, and everything around innovation and focused on intervention and innovation with those work teams. And then we go to Judith Sala. She has a degree in economy, specialized in international economy development and public policies, and her professional career has pivoted around the third sector organizations and social economy. And currently, within the framework of her cooperative Andaira and Tangente, she plays the role of research and consultancy for third sector entities. And in the last 2 years, she has focused on coordinating the social innovation platform for the institutionalization, the platform VIDAS, that is promoted by the Ministry of Social Rights. And then we have Edu Cabrera, who is a founding member of the Upper Loop, and he has developed his professional career between the third sector and the business world, and he has participated in the transformation of important companies, both in the country, in Spain, and in Latin America. And he has also been a professor of the Autonomous University of Madrid in the Strategic Development Master's degree, and then he joined us in this project, and he is dealing with deployment of agile strategic plans and client and escalation projects, and he is specializing in the transformation of large environments. And we close with Raúl Olivan. He is the manager of Hexagonal, which is a foundation consultancy laboratory focused on systemic change and cultural change. And he has worked as 20 years as a public servant in the public sector. He was Director General of Open Government, Social Innovation, Cooperation and Transparency. And he was the manager of Zaragoza Activa, developing several projects. He has delivered more than 200 conferences all over Europe, Latin America, and so on. And in 2020, he summarized that whole trajectory, and he has materialized the model of innovation hexagonal for the summit of heads of state, and he has created a framework that has changed the way in which we conceive innovation. So with these people and this huge amount of knowledge, we are going to talk about innovation. And the first thing that we want to do is to know your opinion about innovation. What do you think that innovation should look like in the third sector. And we are going to hear your voice by using the Mentimeter. For those that do not know Mentimeter, it is a tool where you can interact and make comments, and we will be able to read them on the screen. And now when it comes up on the screen, we will ask a question through Mentimeter. We ask, for your experience, what is the greatest challenge that third sector organizations encounter when they have to innovate? What is the main challenge? You can only enter one word, so we need you to be very specific, and that word should summarize the problem that you think exists, the challenge. So we are going to wait a little bit, and meanwhile, I'm going to drink a little bit of water. Do you want water?
Vale, damos para atrás.
Okay, can we go back? Can we press the arrow? Those are the instructions to access Mentimeter. Or either you take a photo of the QR code, or you enter in your search engine Menti and that code, 13256461. And for those that are through streaming, the QR code will not work, so you go to the search engine menti.com and 13256261. So we are going to leave you a few seconds and let me know if you are able to access or not. So have you logged in already? Okay. And those that are through streaming that have to go through the search engine, again, enter the menti.com and then the code. And you press the arrow, and that's the question. What is the main challenge that the third sector institutions face when it comes to innovating? One word. And again, you will be able to see the words. And we have a screen here, and we see bureaucracy or paperwork, funding, agency, culture, public administrations, rigid, limited resources, temporariness. We are going to leave a little bit more time, but everything turns around that: growth, funding, economic dependence, stability of funding. Several people focus on that area: funding, escalation, hierarchy, rigidity. So with those ideas, I turn the floor over to you. We want you, from your experience, to tell us about a case study, a practical situation. So from your experience, what are the main problems, the main hurdles that you encounter, that entities encounter when it comes to innovating? And also what levers and what drivers and facilitators can help you overcome those barriers? Well, my first 10 seconds just to tell the audience that both my team and myself have been very happy. And we want to thank all of you for that. And there would be a lot to talk about, but just to give you some tips, in our team we got several questions that we captured through experience. Perhaps the first limitation is that when an organization considers to take that innovation leap forward, and we have to create a box that is called innovation, new formulas, and so on. And that is something that we do not recommend, because in the end, boxes have to be connected with each other. And experience tells you, because we've all been there, and in the end, it is about creating environments with their own rules that perhaps can be more lively and more electrified than the institution itself. And there's a whole world of possibilities there. And we also wanted to share that the leaders, the management, the directorates play a very important role when it comes to creating innovation or slowing innovation down. Some dynamics that are inherited, like controlling, validating all the time, having to check everything, having to sign off everything, are giving way to a more mature role where we have just a few things and with that is enough. People that enable, that give permission, that offer that space where you can think, where you can have doubts, and also orient yourself much more towards releasing blockages and hurdles. And that's the change of role that really promotes the trust to be able to experience and experiment and to test. And a very simple tip, which is very basic, that has to be present and that you have to bear in mind all the time, is that since innovation has to go back and forth and you need to fail 3 times in order to get something right, you have to be very quick at closing things, at forgetting about things. When things fail, you just learn from them and go and continue forward. And that sometimes is difficult in organizations because you have invested effort in that, but if you monitor that and it doesn't work, it is much more useful to get rid of that altogether. And then my last idea would be that we always have to think that entropy and complexity slow down everything, and that's the enemy of innovation. So what we want to find and we want to get is, since there is no magic bullet or silver bullet, you need to find an environment with your own rules that have fewer validations and with one end-to-end vision could be very useful. Just for opening, for starters. And the rest, with your experience? Well, again, with this approach that Edu has described, from my personal experience in everything that has to do with innovation, and also thinking to try to bring ideas, fresh ideas to our audience that can be useful, we were thinking about the fact that within the third sector, we are normally very clear about the what and the why of everything that we do. We are very much connected to the vision and the mission and with our approaches to work. However, we also reach the conclusion that we devote time to update and to review things, those whats and whys, but we don't review that often the hows. And we devote less time to things that are especially important, like how we communicate, how we work, whether we are transparent or not, whether we are attentive to the context or not. And for me, one of the main hurdles is precisely that one, not having time or believing that we don't have time to work on how we are doing things and not do it that often. Because it's only there, or that at least that space for reflection, for inspection, and for review, and then we have to go to adaptation. But if we don't stop to think how we are doing things, if we are clear on our what's, we won't be able to do anything. We have to start reviewing, and the how normally is the place where more improvements can be implemented, and everything is related to continuous improvement, and that is paramount. And once we have realized within the organization that we have to think about the how, then we have to work on the fear of change, because innovation is being open to changing things and to and changing without changing can become a problem and a difficulty and something scary. But once we are clear as an organization that we want to change, to improve, to review ourselves as an organization, then we also have to overcome that fear. And a key element for that, and this is one of the drivers, is to generate those spaces. If we don't invite people to stop and think about your day-to-day, how you can improve your day-to-day, your teams, and from there, bottom up in a systemic way, we won't be generating that culture otherwise. We want to change the organizational culture. How am I doing in terms of time? Yeah, excellent. And then I close with the drivers. Apart from the spaces and that culture of change, one of the things that will facilitate innovation, at least in my experience, and information channels and the spaces for innovation, is to choose agile methodologies. Methodologies, in the end, are a tool to innovate, and innovation, agility, and transformation are three concepts that are very much linked to each other, intertwined. Agility allows to look at the context and give a quick answer, experiment, test, this works, this doesn't. And then one thing that gathers all the three concepts together is the delivery of value from the beginning, to be able to deliver something even though you may have to adjust it with the feedback that you receive. But you have to add value as soon as possible. And that's it. If you want, I can continue. I was thinking that my starting point is slightly different because I come from one of the people that have been in the VIDAS platform that Berta told you about, and many of you know already. But we were there hassling you in these 3 years. But the question is that this platform has been a platform that accompanied the 20 pilot projects within the framework of these funds, and had different dimensions for assessment, accompaniment, learning communities, many different levels. And one of the things that at this point, after those 3 years, we have realized, of course, there are things that need improvement, but there were also success stories. And I think that one of the levers, one of the elements that have facilitated that has been a good assumption, a good starting hypothesis, promoting from the Ministry of Social Rights that platform for accompaniment, for generation of an ecosystem with different goals and different paces and different levels of interaction and engagement. And of course adapting along the way, because we had some clear milestones, but of course there have been many transformations and adaptations along the way, and lots of learning through the process. So we believe that the fact that we identified that need has given much more potential to all innovation processes that were taking place within each of the projects. Another element that has been a success for us, or that have been facilitators, and I say it very humbly, was the convergence of creating a second-degree cooperative, Tangente. We incorporate several cooperatives, 200 professionals from different environments, assessment, dynamization, research, and lots of different profiles. And we've been trying for some time to tackle social problems from different perspectives, and to wonder and ask ourselves what could be the best approach. So a framework that had a lot of potential with an institution that we have created and adapted along the way, and we're trying to answer to the needs of the people along the way. We have been able to grow in methodologies of collective knowledge, co-creation, and participation and assessment, thinking new ways to assess so that we can respond to the needs of the different platforms and the different organizations in the project. Those have been key elements to get to where we are. But this, of course, continues, and we will not stop here. As regards challenges, which was one of the questions that you were asking, I fully agree with many of the things that have been said. Of course, no matter whether you have a framework and a structures, there is always some rigidity in public administrations, and the calls, the timing, the budgetary changes, that makes things much more difficult. And we have absorbed those and taken on those challenges because they were barriers to the innovation process, and they also became barriers for the platform process itself. So it was one of the challenges. And another challenge, which is more for the platform, not so much for the projects, and it has been difficult, but I think we have solved it quite well, and all the different agents and the public administration and the team, was to get out of the project framework or the entity or collective framework. At the beginning, it's been 3 years, of course, and we speak about homelessness, disability, and so on. And in the last working sessions, we were talking about deinstitutionalization, and we were all working on a set of shared missions. And that is something that we have built together. We all got out of our own boxes, as you said at the beginning. And that was a challenge that I think we have really been able to solve. Okay, great. And your experience, you want to continue, Samara?
Now we switch to English, sorry. So thank you everybody for inviting me today, and it's really fascinating to hear how innovation has been like the thread throughout this whole big project, but also a lot of the work that everyone is trying to do. And so I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Housing First, both as how we see that as an innovative approach, as well as our work with the Housing First Europe Hub, which is a sort of space where we can support the innovation. So Housing First, and I think you guys have all been working on this for a long time now, but the reason it can be seen as an innovation is that it's both a program and an approach that lets us see that we can reshape the system that we're in. So many times we're sort of confronted with big systems, very, very complicated, very rooted, like in the previous presentation, thinking that it's very difficult to move that system. And I think that Housing First, because it is a very, quite simple, straightforward, anyone can live in a home with the support that they need. And that is simple and evidenced and proven. And I think that helps us all to see what that system looks like and where we can start to look for the places where we need the innovation to make the changes that are necessary. And I think that the clear values in that, if we start with those values, those rights, and if that drives our innovation, I think that that's why we can keep moving towards the same goal. And so in the Housing First Europe Hub, we wanted to create, and we have created with partners, many of whom are here, like HOGAR SÍ, Provivienda, the ministry as well, a space where the actors who are trying to make that difficult change can come together and sometimes, take a bit of a step back from what your day-to-day is when you're trying to break down those difficult blockages or bureaucracy or financial issues, when all of those are sort of impeding your movement forward. Sometimes taking a step back and being able to work with colleagues who are doing the same difficult things in slightly different contexts, but the same difficult job, hopefully overcoming some of the barriers, maybe faster or in a different way than we've been able to find here or elsewhere. We think that helps that space for exchange and that experiential learning that was talked about yesterday as well, that's actually very innovative. But for so many years, we've been working very much in our silos, very much in our little offices, saying this is the path that we're taking, and it's great you're doing something over there, but that doesn't interest me. But this idea that we bring people together and learn from each other, I think that itself drives us forward and drives the innovation. And the big change that has to be made, the big innovation, is the paradigm shift, is the mind shift, is the cultural shift. Because we've been talking throughout the last few days and even at breakfast this morning, it is very hard to move away from how we've been doing things for the past 30 years. And it's very hard to change a system that has been designed with the most goodwill. And that's something we sometimes forget, like that what we have for supporting homeless people, it wasn't designed with bad intentions, but it isn't really fit for purpose. And we know that, but we have to find the ways to make that change happen. So I think that the challenge for us in Housing First, in our Housing First Europe Hub, is that people are now coming at Housing First with different levels of knowledge and understanding of what it is. So we as a hub have to support them to introduce what is Housing First and what can it mean, but also for established programs and projects and what do you need next and how do we support you? How does this network of colleagues across Europe support you? And also because we're a place where people can be ambitious and think about actually ending and preventing homelessness, we have to be able to provide a space for that too. And sometimes those things don't always work very well together, because in your day-to-day job, you might not be able to be thinking about ending homelessness. You might just be trying to find, somewhere for someone to live that day. So I think that, just to answer the part about the levers and the answer, I guess the levers, or for me, the main one is the evidence of Housing First and of our work together. It works. It's obvious. It's been proven. All the studies, all the research proves that it works. It can be adapted, and I think that's really important, that it can be adapted to a different administrative culture. It can be adapted to different housing solutions, and it can be adapted to different ages and different profiles of people, for young people, for women. What needs to change is how you work with the other partners around the system. And we also know that when Housing First is done well, it can lead the change or help us make the changes to the systems and sectors around that need to happen. And often from the sector of homeless support, we're told, you can't prevent homelessness. You're too far, you're too deep in it. Okay, maybe we can't prevent homelessness, but we know that the housing sector can help us prevent homelessness. We know that the health sector can help us prevent homelessness. We know that the governments who control where the financing goes and how it goes, they can help us prevent homelessness. And so Housing First helps us to show people where they can act and actually make the impact that needs to happen. Stop there for now.
Thank you. Gracias.
Raúl, from your experience, I see so many plants here, and the metaphor comes to my mind that I normally use to explain how complicated innovation is. From my point of view, the problem with innovation is that it is not a plant that you can buy and take home with you, and that's it. Because it's a little bit the way in which we try to innovate in all the organizations in the third sector. We see that something worked in another organization, and we try to bring it home with us, or to our organization, and we believe that with this, things will start working well. But with plants, I go to the shop, to the greenhouse, I buy the plant, I put it in my terrace, and it dies after 2 weeks, and then I wonder, why is it that the plant is not really surviving in my home? So I was like that for years, until one day I came to the green shop. It's like a little ecosystem, and I stopped looking at the plants. I started to think and to look at what was around the plants, all these intangible things, more subtle things that are surrounding the plants themselves. And then I realized that the diameter of the pot was important, the dripping, watering of the plants was important. If the gardener sang songs to the plant was important. So I realized that for an innovation to work, it's not enough with just bringing an innovative project from another country, taking it home with you and reproducing it. What we need to systemically reproduce is all these intangible factors that explain and make possible innovation. And all these factors have to do with the way in which we interrelate with other people, the way in which we experience things, the way in which we accept that we make mistakes. And there's something more that I wanted to say. A few years ago, by the way, I established a dripping system for the watering of my plants, and it worked out, and my terrace is finally full of plants. But this is because I brought home the whole ecosystems. I bought the whole greenhouse, or half of it at least, and I brought it home. And there's something else I want to say. Innovation is not a neutral thing. It is not a per se positive thing. It is biased in a way. The innovation that should motivate us in the third sector is the innovation that can work. It's not about innovating for the sake of innovating. I'm motivated about changing people's lives, and we need to promote innovation that is at the service of the social contract, the innovation that brings about cohesion in society, builds communities, brings about identities, affection, care, etc. That's the innovation that I'm in favor of. And there's one more idea that I want to launch here. I think Provivienda and HOGAR SÍ are amongst the most innovative third sector institutions in Spain. So this is a privileged forum, but I don't know if it's the same everywhere. I think that the third sector has an obliquous relationship with innovation because for decades it's been too dependent on the cycles of subsidies, and it's really become a second division administration, which has been made precarious, and it is really walking at the pace of the subsidies, the pace of the justification. So you just have to go through the little hole, and the conditions for subsidies established, and the rest is not done. And this is quite worrying, because if the third sector plays a role in the ecosystem of innovation, of social innovation in Spain, it is precisely responding, being a little bit rude sometimes, because the public administration has problems challenging itself. So it is expected that the third sector will play that role, that uncomfortable role. And the little diversification of the income has made us appease the third sector to some extent. I'm saying this as warmly as I can, and therefore the third sector has lost its capacity to really challenge the established things. And this is it. Okay, with this idea, and in order to leave some space for questions, if we put on ourselves some glasses that would allow us to see the future, what would you think we would see to prevent innovation from stopping? So what tips would you give? Could you give one tip each? So what tips would you prefer about the future that we can see? Linking up with what Raúl mentioned about the ecosystem of plants, there is to me one investment which is the fundamental investment beyond any other tools, and it's about stimulating persons, and also translating an innovation term into something that has less to do with LinkedIn, and it's more to do with experiencing. And from that point of view, all persons are capable of reinventing, of responding, of finding alternatives, because when you just risk everything dangerously, well, I think innovation is about surrounding ourselves with stimulated persons, and the rest. Would you just stick with one tip to prevent innovation from stopping? Well, I don't have it so clear. In the organizations that I've been in, well, I've seen we've been part of this cultural transformation. It's like this call on innovation, calling on people to think differently, out of the box, opening their minds in their everyday activities, in meetings, so that they can think about whether something can improve our everyday work or the work of our organization. This part of being curious, thinking about the transformation, understanding what is happening in other contexts, what I can bring to my context to adapt it, can generate a great deal of value. And this is the idea that I like, and also the idea that we need to, as an organization, call on innovation, but we need to be open to sharing our own experiences, spaces as good as as this one that allow us to explain our experiences, our fears, our frustrations. We've done this and it didn't work. What are you doing? What worked for you? Because this is about connecting ideas, connecting people together, connecting territories together. So these would be my 2 tips.
Be a little bit, headphones. I don't think it's controversial, but maybe a little bit provocative that, don't give up, one. And that sometimes we have to go back to something we already tried. Like sometimes I think we just innovate for the sake of innovating and like are always trying new things. But sometimes going back to something that didn't work 2 years ago, maybe with your plants 2 years ago, you had like not the right size of pot. And so you needed to go back and like get the slightly bigger one. And now that you know that, now that something else in the ecosystem has changed, that attempt at innovation will work again. And I think that sometimes we get a bit stuck in this cycle, certainly at EU funding level, only innovative things get funded. But sometimes we know something will work and it's not necessarily innovative, but the innovation is the fact that we get to try it again with a slightly different ecosystem. And we can have an impact now because we have the knowledge and we've applied it. And so I think that that's something that I would use, I would say as a tip, that we don't get stuck, we don't forget that there are some good ideas that we might have tried before that might work now.
Gracias. ¿Y algún tip más, Jesús, que...
Thanks very much. I would say that innovating from the values, from ethics, from the purposes is a source of energy that it never gets exhausted. But if you move forward, if you work from a position of being aligned with your values, with your way of seeing the world, call it the way you want, a purpose, a view, that is very robust as a starting place. Many organizations, many institutions are very very bureaucratic, and it's hard for them sometimes. They just recruit people because they need to have a fixed job, because they have a good salary, but people ended up forgetting why they were doing things. And I think the third sector contains a strength in the work that is very much aligned with those values. And there's another idea, I don't know if it's a tip, but it's maybe a claim in itself. The fact that if we are transitioning from a third sector that used to be more modernized, it may be a good idea because you may create an agenda from your mobilizing capacity or from your innovating capacity. And what we are doing, what we are seeing these past years is we are stealing the arcane fire of innovation from those consulting companies that used to dominate, to have the monopoly of innovation. And things are beginning to happen outside of those, with us knowing our terrain much better, and the innovation being much linked to the values, much more linked. And the public administration is coming in late, but once more, it's for you to play this role of conceptual avant-garde, disruptive innovation, but because those who serve in innovation will be leading the country, because innovation at the end of the day is like this substance, this raw material of which the future is made of. Regardless of the size of the entity, regardless of the funding, I think it is difficult to move away from these elements, but I understand the question, and I find it very appropriate, because if we don't do this, we will just get stuck in, well, we can only do this with so much money, etc. I think one of the main aspects is the organizational change. I believe when I saw people leaving for the workshops after the first panel, I thought it was great, because there's lots of things that are very methodological, and people went to those sessions to learn. And I think HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda did the right thing by creating a process of enablement, of learning, of support, of tools. Just look at the environment. It's inviting us to test new things, to make mistakes, to learn. So the idea of rethinking ourselves as an organization is fundamental to allow for innovation to continue. Innovation is so much a specific answer. It is a way of approaching the social problems that we want to tackle. And I believe that changing the organization itself, so big organizations, guarantees or and we've been working on the dimension of the scaling of innovation at the internal level of the organization and with other organizations. One good example is the alliances. The alliances that have been created, they have gone beyond the platform itself. They're supposed to be elements that may not receive financing for specific projects, but we do have the ideas, the resources, we have teams working. So I think this is about a cultural change, a conceptual change, specifically of the organizations themselves. And I share Raúl's view completely. Okay, let's move on. I don't know if we have time, maybe for two questions. Two questions, or maybe state if you have any doubts, any...
¿Estamos?
Lo hemos explicado súper bien.
So everything has been so perfectly explained that there are no questions. Thanks very much, and I hope you will enjoy the rest of the session.
Vale. Hola. Creo que todas ya lo sabemos. Ahora tenemos la pausa del café. Tenemos 30
We have
minutos
coffee break
en el
now,
mismo
30
salón
minutes,
que estuvimos ayer.
same
Planta
place
menos
as
uno.
yesterday,
Nos vemos puntuales
-1
para lo que queda.
floor, and please be back on time.
Bueno, vamos volviendo del café, esperamos que ya
Okay, so let's get back from the coffee break. I hope you got some energy. We have been speaking about evidence, data, results, findings, and what do we do with that? It is important to speak about evidence-based policies, and that's what we are going to deal with in the next roundtable. I turn the floor over to Gonzalo Caro, coordinator of Institutional Relations at HOGAR SÍ. Okay, so can you come to the stage? So thank you very much for being here today. While you take a seat, I'm going to introduce the two people that I will have with me on the stage. I have Francesca Albanese, who is the Director of Policies and Social Change at Crisis, an organization with which both HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda have collaborated with. They are a reference in the UK. And then we have Ernesto, who is the coordinator of the Transformation and Sustainability team at Fresno. And he has accompanied us throughout the whole process, and he has experienced a lot of what we are going to discuss. I would like to apologize on behalf of Frek. Frek, the director of FEANSA, could not make it because there was overbooking and he had some problems with the flight, so we are going to hold this roundtable, the three of us. And there was a very good introduction by Danny, and I'm not going to take too much time, but when we were organizing this roundtable, we thought that we had been 2 years talking to the administrations, and the administrations told that in order to put these things into actions, they needed some evidence, and I guess that Francesca will have had the same experience. And once they had the evidence, then they said that they needed funding. And then when the funding was there, sometimes we realized that there was something else missing. And that's what we are going to talk about in this roundtable, and I have excellent panelists to discuss those topics. And we want to have a look at evidence, funding, and that something else. And for each of the two of you, I invite you to not take too much time to answer any questions. We can question and re-question each other. So let's talk about evidence to start with. You, Ernesto, as a coordinator and consultant, and you, Francesca, I know that in Crisis you were spearheading the assessment department. What do you think the contribution is of the third sector organizations to the generation of new evidence for innovations? Well, I will start. It is really embarrassing to some extent to have to be speaking about transformation, innovation, and all that. There were lots of people, and there are people in the audience that have participated fully in this effort. But what comes to my mind to answer this question is that to generate evidence, we need to have a culture of assessment. And that assessment culture means that both at private and public level, we have to integrate evidence generation as an element, as an additional element that is value, that is taken into account in the planning of those policies. And so there are two roles in the end, the public administration as such, and I guess that we will discuss that more in depth, but they have to set the conditions in order for that evidence to be generated. They have to have a leadership and play the role of leaders, and there, from the point of view of the social entities, there were some ideas in the previous panels, but one of the key roles of organizations is to generate innovation in the delivery of those services to people, in the accompaniment, from a methodological organizational point of view. And on the other hand, and at the same time, and with certain tension between the two, there has to be a mobilization and outreach activity with public administration so that those evidence generate some social change movements. So we ask how from social entities we can go about that. I think that all the projects with Next Generation have been an example of how, when you give the conditions, the right deadlines and the right resources, you can really produce evidence and learnings that are quite powerful. Francesca, does that coincide with your experience at Crisis? What role do you play by generating evidence?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm obviously speaking English. I'm just going to take these out so I don't hear myself. And yeah, for us, I think the third sector plays a huge role in generating evidence for change. So at Crisis, if any of you were listening to me yesterday, we're a national homelessness charity. So we work across England, Scotland and Wales. And in the UK, homelessness is a devolved issue. So we play a really critical role in partnership with others, I suppose, firstly, to advocate for the change that's needed via evidence. And I think there's two ways that we do this. So often we do this proactively. I think many of you here who work for third sector organisations will kind of identify with this. We're often seeing people that public services and statutory services aren't helping. And so that enables us to play quite a unique role in identifying problems and then coming up with solutions. So a really good example of that has been, so Crisis has done a lot of campaigning on legal changes in the UK. So I know that for the UK loves legislation, and I will go on later and talk about some of the challenges about that, because you can bring in legislation, but the implementation of it needs to follow. But I think one of the areas we've done a huge amount of in terms of evidence is we identified that there's, in England anyway, there was a two-tier system. So some people got support from their local authority and other people didn't. And so we mystery shopped local authorities about homeless people's experiences. We did that 10 years ago. And we also worked with our frontline services and people with lived experience of homelessness. And I think that's what the third sector really brings. It's that kind of lived experience voice, as much as a official kind of academic sense of what evidence is. So whenever we do work around what needs to change and how we advocate for that, it's very much from a lived experience perspective. And I think one of the things we then want to do is make sure we test that. So this session is all about how can the third sector work with national, local government, regional government, and it's really important. Those relationships are critical. So when we identified a need to change in the law, we then worked in partnership with our public administrations, because we knew that us just talking about it very loudly, wasn't going to create the change that we needed, and we had the evidence. I think the other thing that we really kind of centre on is costed solutions, and I know that's something kind of you've spoken about as well. It's all very well saying we need to change things, but it's also about kind of what does that look like in practice, how much will it cost, and what are the practical implications of that. And so for us, it's about thinking through kind of what the different stages of that might be and bringing others with us. So, when I've worked on several projects now where we've identified a problem that's come from people using our services, and then we always work through like what are the possible solutions to that, what might some of the unintended consequences be, and then how do we work with the government and local authorities, sorry if that doesn't translate, but basically with national, local and regional kind of actors about what the changes might look like in practice. And then I think our role is to challenge, but in a friendly, constructive way. So for us, it's about, we see that there is something that needs to change, and we're tenacious, and we continue. I've been working in homelessness advocacy for 18 years. There are some things I still want to see change, and I will still keep talking about them. But that has got to be always backed with evidence.
Genial. Yo voy a tener que llenar un poquito.
I will have to fill in Frek's role, and I would like to go back to something that someone said yesterday. Maribel said that innovating involved making mistakes and failing. And the third sector organizations, I'm not saying that we are not accountable for our mistakes, but we are accountable in a different way, perhaps, compared to how the administrations are accountable. And we answer for our mistakes in a different way. And that also allows us to generate evidence that administrations have difficulty addressing because of the way in which risk is managed. And there, I think we have a whole field for opportunities and for possibilities that allow us to play a very important role there. And Ernesto, I wanted to ask you something, because as I said, you were accompanying us in all this transfer of evidence generated. Maribel also announced yesterday that everything is being uploaded to the web page, and there is a feeling sometimes of binge. We feel like it is too much. I cannot cope with that huge amount of documentation. Can you tell us a little bit how can we make that more digestible, and all that evidence, all that knowledge that has been generated, how can we make it assumable for the public administrations? Can you tell us about that transfer process where you were accompanying us? Well, and the truth is that it's funny because that binge concept is something that we all have felt. We all felt that was too much to take. But it really connects me to other things that Francesca was saying. I think that one of the main values, or what makes these projects so valuable, is that we have involved the public administrations in the whole governance system and structure of the process since the beginning and throughout all the stages, with periodic meetings, not just to report and to see how the project was progressing, but also to generate a specific knowledge. Some people know that there have been ad hoc working groups about topics that were key for the projects. And that those ad hoc group, the main participant has been public administrations, of course, with the attendance of the leading organizations. And that has made it possible that, in spite of that feeling that it is too much to encompass, that really we have a very valuable material, and the process has been quite fluent and with permanent participation. And I think that no administration will be surprised at the outcomes and at the amount of things that have been generated, and they won't ask where that does come from. Does that come from, and that knowledge and those conclusions? They have participated along the way, and as Francesca says, we can participate and be quite operational when it comes to thinking about specific problems that we are really facing in the implementation of the project, and in a very peer-to-peer way, so between public administrations and the entities. And I think that is one of the new things that has been so important. Okay, Francesca, do you want to supplement that? What strategies do you use at Crisis so that all those reports and all that documentation that you generate can reach the decision makers more easily and better?
Thank you. Sorry, there's always a bit of a delay. So, yeah, I mean, we're very aware that you write I'm a researcher by background, and writing a very long report is not the way to influence decision makers. And so we think about different ways of doing that. I think one of the ways that we find it helpful is to bring politicians to the problem. So I think for anybody who's working in service delivery, one of the most powerful things we can do, and we do at Crisis, is we arrange for decision makers to come and visit our services to see firsthand the issues that we're talking about and kind of understand more about kind of when things aren't working. So Very recently, we've had our homelessness minister come and visit our London service because we have huge amounts of issues at the moment with lack of affordable housing, but also people leaving the asylum system too early and coming back into the homelessness system. We'd written to her twice about this, but her actually seeing the impact on individuals really did bring it back. And then we were able to kind of follow up, with the detailed kind of work that we'd done around what the impact was on individuals, thinking about kind of how we bring that to life. I think the other thing I'm very conscious of is being an advocacy organisation who works in the third sector, is we really want to engage with the press in a positive way. So we have some brilliant journalists in the UK who cover issues around housing and homelessness. If you can understand and read English, I would really recommend looking at Dan Hewitt and Vicky Spratt, who are both brilliant journalists, and particularly they've done a lot of work around getting the impact out there to the public in an understandable way. So we've had quite a lot of problems in terms of housing conditions in the UK that have been reported on. And actually our positive engagement with journalists about reporting issues on the news, but then having solutions. So not just talking about the challenges, but then following it up with what our calls to action and what our policy recommendations are, has been really effective. And it's something that we try and do regularly. But again, the other side of that is making sure we're doing that in collaboration with other people in the sector. So in the UK, the third sector is quite large in homelessness. We're often delivering services that public administrations, public services are not. And so there is always that partnership between making sure we're not all asking for different things, because I think that confuses decision makers. And it also makes us look like we don't know what we're doing. We need to speak with one voice. And that might be that we then specialise in different areas. So, for example, we have a lot of specialist youth charities. We might have specialist charities in terms of women's homelessness. But it is about us coming together and kind of being a joint voice on what we want to see done differently, and how we then engage with decision makers. And finally, I think the other area I'm always very conscious of is we have some brilliant civil servants, who work tirelessly behind the scenes to get change to happen. And so a lot of our work, and I was talking about this yesterday, is having a really positive, constructive relationship. What can we do to support people on the inside of government to develop solutions? How can we do that? And I think you mentioned it earlier, there's a tension sometimes between the kind of I suppose bureaucracy and kind of financial kind of implications of change, but also about different government priorities. And actually sometimes that is a bit of a tension with values-led organisations and cause-led organisations. So it's about how do we bring those two agendas together in the best way.
I would like to mention one thing here. I would like to supplement one thing that was said because Francesca asked me to, which is that the topic of visits. And it's really worthwhile discussing that, because I see people that are working directly in intervention, and there are more people apart from me that really emphasize how important it is to pay those visits, and that reinforces the message. Someone from abroad is also saying the same. The decision makers have to get to know the problem firsthand, and that is essential. And some other thing that we have done to make it more digestible is to segment the message. We have been working on the top management levels that need a very high level approach and a very high level summary, very much focus on the benefits that has and the solutions that are available. We've also worked with middle technical managers that are more focused on okay, excellent, this looks very nice, but how do I make this operational? And then we also work from the point of view of outreach with the first line intervention profiles. We've been working with a term that I found, which is the bureaucrats on the ground. those people that take those decisions that are made at top level, they speak about homelessness strategy. Here in this auditorium, there are lots of field bureaucrats that are in the end the people that turn public policies into a reality. And the housing school that we organize is also a way to turn evidence into something that can be digestible for the big fish. So I've asked the right questions, and now we have to start with the discussion itself. We have spoken many times, and it's still striking that the housing first type of approach, the housing-focused approaches, have been running and have been in the public policy documents for 7 to 10 years. However, they don't seem to be consolidated yet, in spite of the fact that they are supported by evidence, and the same documents say that they are supported by evidence, but they don't seem to settle down. How can we bridge that gap? The gap between what is on paper, what evidence says, and what becomes the day-to-day of the public policies of the public administrations. Well, when we were preparing this round table, and you gave us an idea of the questions that you were going to be asking, we of course know that this is a very important topic, and is difficult to answer, but the experience with the projects that try to transform policies, in order to see how we can bridge that gap, we need to understand what the gap is. So I'm thinking about what are the barriers that are creating that difficulty. For me, there is something that is key, which is time, a temporal type of problem. There's a whole cycle of public policies understood in the widest sense, or the implementation of new services and so on. And that does not necessarily coincide with the cycles of innovation. I would even say that it is almost impossible for them to fit together. So in the end, those innovation processes have this component. They have some time for experimentation, for evidence generation, and that does not necessarily suit the decision-making times when you have to create the budgets and to make decisions what is going to happen in the next 1 to 2 years. So that question of the timing of decisions and of processes is extremely important. How can we respond to that? I would say that due to the role that I play, I have the hat of the third sector, but also that of the public administration. My answer would be to take advantage of the momentum and of the circumstances. There is no right moment to do things. The planning is never going to have all the information available. We won't have the perfect plan ever, and we will have to do things along the way from both the public administrations and the organizations. We will have to make decisions. There are evidence that point towards a specific path, and that's the path that we have to cover, but of course we will have to, there will be ups and downs, and we will have to manage and adapt to the circumstances and the opportunities that emerge along the way. I have some more things, but okay, I'll just leave it for the afterwards.
Just to build on that, so I won't repeat anything. So I think political will still has a really key role here. So we can have it in policy documents, but you've got to have leadership at the top and leadership at a regional and a local level. And I think that's something that I've noticed in examples across Europe. I said yesterday, the UK is definitely not the kind of gold standard on this yet, and we're still learning, but we've tried lots of different things. And I think if you have that leadership at the top, then a lot of things come from that. I think there is something about culture change here and behaviour change. So it is difficult to make a massive change on something. So one of the things we're very aware of at the moment in the UK is we have 2 strategies to end homelessness, one in Wales and one in Scotland. And so a lot of resources at the moment are being put into kind of how do we implement that on the ground, and that's got to be about bringing all the different actors, including public services, charities, around the table and understanding kind of what people want to get out of it. And it's about having a joint outcome. So I think if everybody agrees the outcome is the same, then actually how you get to that can be different for different places. And I think it's being flexible with it. And I think there's always going to be trade-offs. So I think that's the other thing is, and this is something I've possibly learned along the way, I can be quite purist sometimes in my approach because of my academic background and kind of seeing things kind of in a really quite rigid format. And actually it's about how do you flex that for different circumstances, and knowing that actually if the goal is to end homelessness in a local area, that might be slightly different for one area compared to another, but it's having some principles in place. So it's also talking about kind of, you have a strategy, but what's the implementation plan? And a strategy is a vision which sets the kind of goals, the outcomes, and the time frame. And then the implementation plan is actually how is that going to be achieved on the ground? And I think it goes back to what you were talking about earlier, which failure can be difficult. But I think one of the things we've tried to do is test and learn in terms of different ways you can apply policy. We're quite keen, we're sort of doing different things in different areas in the UK at the moment along that sort of agenda. So it could be called piloting. I know there's different terminology for it, but it's about sort of identifying that actually if you're thinking about ending homelessness in a city, that might need slightly different solutions to a rural area. What does that look like? How can you design that? And what can you learn from each other? And I think there is a role for public campaigning because I think you need the leadership from the top, but if you're not getting that, there is a role sometimes to kind of bring in we need things to change. So at the moment, we have really good commitments in England from our new Westminster government on a cross-government strategy to end all forms of homelessness. But we've got the most amount of children we've ever had in temporary accommodation. So we have 159,000 children living in temporary accommodation at the moment in England. And so we need to say that very loudly because whilst we know that change is around the corner and we're part of that, actually we need to remind people that there's an urgency to this. So we can't spend 10 years trying to fix it. We've got to have some quick wins now. And I think that's the other thing I'd say is I think there's often what can we do now that can help immediately, and what's the medium-term goal, what's the longer-term goal, and what's going to take a little bit longer to implement.
There are two very interesting things in what you have just said. One, Ernesto said that changes need time and they need to build a relationship. And then what Francesca said regarding campaigns. And you can disagree with me, but I think that one of the main elements to bridge that gap is to have an assertive relationship with the administrations. And I mean from campaigns that are able to put the problem on the table, as you were saying, but then at the same time accompany that with a set of solutions. And then, Ernesto, as you said, some long-term relationships and not wait for immediate outcomes the moment you embark on a relationship or once you provide the evidence. I know that in the notes we were going to talk about funding. I would also like to know whether you have anything else to contribute to that bridging the gap concept, or perhaps we can talk about in what way can we build or can we strike that balance between building trust relationships throughout time where we are listened to and we listen, and at the same time where we do not have to be keeping silence about things for which we have clear evidence. There's a disruption, there's a dissonance, there's some decoupling from something that we are saying and something that we are doing. Perhaps you can forget about this question and answer what you intended to answer. No, that's right. It's fine. It is, of course, a complex problem. In my view, there is something that could also help you navigate in that situation. We need to establish long-term relationships with the administration for collaboration, and at the same time, we need to be able to tell things to the administrations, things that are very striking and that are very flagrant. Something that comes to my mind is understanding the context and the different rationales that the different types of organizations have and have to answer to. And that comes from social institutions, but we have to understand that the logics and the dynamics of administrations are different. They have to respond to other problems, they have to generate solutions in the mid and long term, they also have to answer before other players, and they have a much more complex context. So understanding well the commitments that the administrations have, the logics and the rationale that they have behind, can help us establish that assertive relationship that I think is quite good. We can say things to you, but at the same time we understand your place and your role, and you understand that you have to make decisions from that place and answer to certain logics and certain commitments. But it's not a solution, but it is a way to really address this role of the relationship with the administrations that can foster collaboration.
I suppose the other angle of this, I totally agree. There's you have to have that assertive relationship, but it's probably also being transparent about when you're going to assert it. So I think where we've sometimes had more problematic kind of challenges is where we've asserted ourselves maybe publicly in the press or kind of with public campaigning and not given any forewarning that was going to happen, or sort of said that maybe not brought people in the first place, so kind of talked about an issue, but maybe actually what we find is that we should have sort of spoken about it a bit sooner. Very briefly, we're testing an approach in the UK via Crisis at the moment called Built for Zero, which some of you might have heard has come from the US, but we're testing it in a UK context because it's very, very different. And one of the kind of main things about that is about having all the different actors in a local area involved. So we work alongside our local authority, faith-based organisations, local health partnerships, drug and alcohol services, about how many people are rough sleeping in that area, and counting them accurately. So we have like a live database, and then they have a meeting every month to talk about how everybody on that list is going to be helped and what's the housing solution for that person. But what it allows people around the table to do is test new ideas. And so it isn't like a public service saying we're doing it like this and a charity saying we're doing it like this. It's actually co-creating the solution together. And so it's something we're testing. We're looking at kind of how much it works in the UK. But for example, in one of the London areas we're working in, which has a huge problem with homelessness, massive problems in terms of housing affordability, they have done some really quite innovative work in the health space. And one of the things we struggle with often is public services working in silos. So actually, for us, we know that unless we get health around the table, we're not going to constructively come up with the funding and the design of the solution. And there are other examples of that. So, kind of justice in terms of prison leavers, there's other actors, but that's been really critical for us in terms of that kind of joint decision-making, solutions, testing ideas, and we're trialling it in different areas because there are different challenges.
Una de las cosas más
one of the most tense aspects of being a moderator is time, more so when you have a timer saying you have 3 more minutes, but then you have someone telling you you have 5 more minutes or less or more. So you had planned out everything perfectly, but then you have these issues. I have more questions, but we're running out of time, and I feel really upset when people are not given time to ask questions. So I want to give you the opportunity now, if you would like to ask questions, with the microphone, please, so that the interpreters can translate the question. I'll give you the opportunity now. If you don't ask any questions, I can ask my questions now. I don't know if, from what has been said so far, you have any questions. This is very disruptive as well. Is it that everything is very clear? Is it that people want to just commit suicide and run out? Nobody would like to ask anything about what we just discussed? Okay, in that case, I'd like to move on to the financing block, because Ernesto has been with us in some workshops, and I've repeatedly said that when we are asked what the main lever is for change, I always answer money. Money, if you put in money in a budget, changes will be generated. If you remove money from a budget, then those practices will disappear. It may be controversial, or I maybe use it too much for controversial discussions when I have to give a speech somewhere. But I would like to know what they suggest to you. Is it that financing is so powerful? Is there such a big maneuver for action, or is it more constrained? Than I'm suggesting. Well, I think funding is a fundamental condition. It is an absolutely fundamental condition to do things. The question could be, is it enough? Well, it probably isn't. In fact, I think that the information on the cost of the services when it comes to homelessness and social services is not perfect. It's not perfect information. We do not have enough information about the cost of the different things, despite the fact that we are incorporating good information. But there's always some degree of margin for maneuver. But my point is that you can put in lots of money for things that don't really bring out the expected results in public services. We mentioned leadership before, and I think there is for sure a very important thing, the fact that from the social entities, they can identify the persons who are leaders in the administrations. I like your view of the segmentation in the administrations on the different levels. Also within the roles of the same persons, we should not see the public administration as a monolithical thing. They're very varied, very different people, very different roles. So identifying the people that we can work with, because they have a longer term view, they can exercise a leadership role, is fundamental, and it is something that complements the availability of funding, which is of course a necessary condition.
I think it's money on the right outcome or outcomes. So I agree with you, money and funding kind of drives change. You've got to kind of invest to want the change to happen. And if you want the policy and transformation to continue, you've got to continue investing it. But it's also probably about stopping some stuff as well. So, whether or not, so you need the right level of funding, but then there may be unintended consequences of the new policy or transformation that you want to shift behaviour. So I think it's thinking about kind of how do you best spend that funding to continue to achieve the outcome and measuring that. So this is when I will bring back in my evaluation kind of an evidence frame. It's about kind of, if you've kind of designed a policy, is it having the impact that was expected. Therefore, should you be continuing to invest in it, and kind of what outcomes is it leading to?
5 minutos me vuelven a decir que fenomenal.
I'm told I have 5 minutes, so great. There's something Francesca just said, which is very interesting. It has to do with the impact, with the outcome, and Ernesto also introduced it. It has to do with how to quantify. How to quantify the impact. Crisis, I think, also uses, HOGAR SÍ used it in its communication, is the fact that homelessness reduces life expectancy by 20 to 30 years in persons' life expectancy. I don't know. This is the estimation. I don't know if it coincides with yours, Francesca. But how can we mix the cost per vacancy? So my service costs 50, 60, 70 euro per vacancy. How can we complement this with the idea of the deep impact that this has on the life of persons, and being aware that someone is paying those costs from somewhere? But you said it, Ernesto, the information is not perfect. So I don't know if you have experienced or experimented with something, Francesca. Ernesto, I don't know if this brings back any of the work we've done. Well, I do believe that more information is being collected, more and more, and we're now in the phase of presentation of the results of the assessment. So there is evidence pointing at this quantifying part, trying to quantify the cost of the services, the more traditional services and those services that are being incorporated. So the idea of including all the costs associated to non-intervention. My colleagues would kill me if I said the opposite thing, but I do believe so. The assessment, they were saying financing, evaluation, and what more is because, of course, the data are very important. I think introducing this gaze that is complex, but is feasible, is very important, and we've seen examples elsewhere. I believe is very, very relevant, and we should work on that in the future. And then there is the side of even if things were not as cheap or were more expensive, there is a right-based approach, and this means that the public administration, they need to manage resources, but they also need to build a political project that should not be taken out of the equation.
Nice, easy question to end on then. So I think you've said a lot of the areas I was going to pick up on. I do think there is there's a cost now versus a long-term cost, and that can definitely be looked at, and kind of what might have happened. I think the other thing to say is, talks about a rights-based approach. It is in lots of cases, it's the right thing to do. So, one of the things we've noticed is that people who are rough sleeping often cost more in terms of public services because they're more linked in with benefits. Kind of they're paying rent, but that's much better than someone spending their life living on the streets, because morally that's the right thing to do. So I think it's not focusing everything on cost-benefit analysis, but looking at where you are able to quantify it, it's helpful. But there's also a question mark around, and this is something we have done some more work on, like actual interventions can stop people becoming homeless. So children, in the UK we had a programme called Children's Centres about 15 years ago, and actually that was a longitudinal kind of study that showed that it actually had a really positive impact longer term. And so it enabled people to access services who wouldn't have normally been able to do that, and actually there are kind of wider implications for that. So it's also thinking about kind of, I suppose, the wider societal benefits as well as the kind of cost implications.
Bueno, queda un minuto. No sé si a alguien le ha surgido una...
There's 1 more minute. If anyone thought about a possible question during these last minutes. If not, let me close by making a positive reflection. but instead of a reflection, if you still want to ask a question, I will just keep silent. There's a reflection that came to my mind during these 2 years and a half. The fact that we have perceived changes. We have learned a great deal of things. We've learned what Ernesto said, maybe aiming at a change in the dimension that we thought about at the beginning of the project was very, very little in 3 years' time, but we still have seen changes and transformations. Some people come to us and say that next year, I don't want to compromise anyone, but maybe next year some things will come that have been planned. Some people still ask us to hold seminars in the place where they are. How can we start working next year? Maribel explained about the many people that registered for the housing school. And we also witnessed conversations in which the politicians, the decision makers, are starting to see this idea that we're dealing with, the fact that we don't only need to spend more, but we need to spend differently and allow the organizations to spend the money in a different way. We talked about the self-led support. I think Amalia said, well, I ask the public administrations to change the way in which they ask us for things. So I think from here we've been capable of creating an assertive conversation, bringing in the positive things and also bringing in some of the barriers, some of the challenges that we still have to overcome. I'm grateful for your time. Thanks to Ernesto and Francesca for having joined us, for having answered the questions that were not always easy. This extra thing will be dealt with by the next panel. So thanks very much again.
Bueno, vamos ya con la...
Let's move on to the last panel of the morning. Raúl Olivan, innovation in social entity space. He said that innovating is like having plants. If you don't take care of the environment, the plants die. So we're now going to talk about how these innovations reached the public administrations and how these gardens, these greenhouses need to be, in order to have these innovations replicated, from piloting to public policies, the administration as designer and implementing entity of innovation. Guadalupe Moreno will now introduce the members of the next panel. Thanks very much, Guadalupe.
Muy bien.
Bueno, pues
it's a pleasure for me to talk and to take part of this table, more so with brilliant people who are with me. The topic of discussion is going to try to deepen into this transition from the pilot phase to the public policies, the administration as designer and implementing entities of innovation. As happens everywhere, there are stereotypes and there are also frameworks of meaning, and sometimes the rigidity of the administration leads us to have a preconceived idea of the public administration, but public administrations are key players in the transformation process. With me in this panel, we have Rosa Siberia, Director General of Preferential Action of the Social Services Unit of the Council of Sevilla, Sebastián Cerdá, Head of Inclusion of the Council of Mallorca, and Karina Anjar Schroeder. She's a special consulting expert in the Agency of Social Services and Housing of Denmark. A key aspect that happens in our territory, having housing and social services being two silos, two disconnected entities, but Denmark has gone a step forward, understanding that one pillar without the other is a structure that does not allow for stability. So let's move on with this discussion. We have some questions that we have prepared together in order to be able to share and to jointly reflect upon this topic. I also invite you to think about possible questions. I'll begin with Karina. Since to us, the experience in Denmark is quite alien to us present here. Karina, I'd like to ask you, could you give us some context of the situation in Denmark so that we can understand a little bit the different levels of administration with other entities regarding the homelessness public policies?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. In Denmark, Housing First has been a national strategy since 2009. So ever since, the government has funding initiatives, projects in order to implement and develop the model in a Danish context. But in 2020, we had an evaluation on the work on Housing First, and it showed that only 8% of people were met by a Housing First method. So even though we have worked with this for a long time, we still have a long way to go. But this finding also showed that we need to do more. So in 2021, a national agreement, a political agreement was established that really have a goal to eliminate a long-term relationship and also to reduce the number of people in homelessness. It's really focusing a lot of affordable housing and also rearranging the economic structures for the municipalities in order to make it easier for people to come into their own houses instead of being in shelters. So it also led to a new legislation, and we have established a national partnership that is really focusing on how this new legislation is developing. So in one hand, we have this strategy work from a national that everyone is sure that this is the way to go. And the other hand, we have the municipalities that have a key role in delivering the social service and referring to public housing and social support, and then also to implement Housing First principles. And some are really doing a great job. Some are, a bit further away from implementing the Housing First principles. So that's where we, me and my team, as a national government official, we have a key role in both guiding and delivering knowledge to the parliament, to the government on housing first, on homelessness, what is working and what still needs to be addressed. And on the other hand, have an implementing role on the national strategies for the municipality and other entities. So we go both ways into designing this and developing this project.
Fenomenal. Ahí el marco, yo creo que le has dado un.
So I think you pinpointed the situation when you said that the processes are not linear. There are different ways of transforming the public policies, different stakeholders, different actors that have different speeds. There are some actors that go slower, more slowly, and they require this adaptation. Just to mention the role of the Council of Mallorca and the City Council of Sevilla in these piloting processes, in terms of your participation in the pilot projects for innovation, Derechos a la vivienda, housing rights, and H4Y FUTURO. But there are others which have been part of the changes in the public policies. What have been the main achievements and the main learnings of the pilot projects for transformation, for the transformation of your system for homelessness policies? Rosa, maybe you can start, and then we will hear Sebastian's view, because the contexts are different and the realities are different, but you've been moving forward. First of all, let me thank you all, Guadalupe, because we've been 2 years working with you, with HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda, and truly the experience has been very, very positive. Sometimes it's difficult to break the momentum and start working at the pace that the collaboration has set. But finally, we have come into a very good dynamics of mutual work, cooperative work, and this has yielded very good results. It made us think about different forms of acting that we had established and we thought were correct. It's been a fueling factor. It made us rethink all these models and made us begin to walk towards other homelessness policies or other forms of looking at homelessness. It also favored training spaces for the professionals. It was useful for their recycling, and it opened up new formulas, new paths of work. In some, we are working on this change of looking at homelessness, taking care of the strategies. We are, in fact, implementing an early attention program, which, because from within the experiences, the mutual experiences that we've had, we found that this is the most efficient, the most, the one which yields the best results. We are still at the early phase, looking at the early phase, these first 6 months of homelessness, which is a period when it's easiest to recover the people. So we are working on implementing this early attention program. It will be funded from the City Council of Seville. And the idea is to focus on those first 6 months in order to prevent the chronification of the homelessness situation. The program will focus on the persons, providing agile and immediate social attention. It will be a facilitating program that will provide housing possibilities adapted to the needs of a person. It will be flexible and also including accompaniment. There will be 15 vacancies, and the aim is that, well, through the accompaniment, through the preventive work, we want to favor the linkage of the person with the community, with the labor market, and the idea is for the program to be rotating. We will not stop accompanying the person, but we will be providing financial support for the person to be incorporated into the housing system and for the person to become autonomous. We are rethinking this change of the homelessness system. We are rethinking the big centers that we have, and we are building, on the one hand, smaller centers in which we will have 20, 25 persons with social health attention that will be integrated. And we will also be reforming the bigger centers that we have. The idea is to use flats, coexistence spaces, etc. So achievements, Sebastian, achievements and learnings resulting from these pilot programs. What have you incorporated? First of all, Denmark is a big country, a grand country, with very different characteristics from ours. Well, I really like listening to the more advanced situation. We have something they don't have, and it is the fact that our administrative structure is a lot more complicated. But aside from this factor, in order to understand how we came to a point, we need to know the background, we need to know the history. For those of you who know me, the history that housing brought to Mallorca is based on a visit by myself and by the island director. One of the two companies present here, HOGAR SÍ, had invited us to see a pilot experience they were implementing in Barcelona, Madrid, and in Malaga. As every time, well, they showed us, well, there were two persons, two clients, or users, as I like to call them, showing us everything. And then the first one said, well, this is very easy. There's a ladder model. And then we were put in touch with a lady, a lady, we in Mallorca call them a plazadera lady, which means a person who has been homeless for a long time in street situation. So she's the classical person with no teeth anymore, heroin addict, terrible. So we went to her house. She invited us to have some tea, and at a specific point in time, the person who was with us told her, don't you have anything to say to these gentlemen? And she became like glowing. I'll tell you why. Because she was from Romania. Romania had not existed anymore for 30 years. She had a daughter whom she thought was dead. And she told me next week, I didn't see it, but next week, my daughter is coming from Romania to introduce her granddaughter to her. So she was glowing in such a way that, well, we should start something there.
And that is the reason why in Mallorca we have that methodology with this housing model. Okay, after that, and from that to what we have right now, we can discuss it if you want, if you have an interest, but at a certain point in time, we were within the Spanish state in terms of inhabitants. We were number one in apartments and people that were catered for in both LED and First. And now we are considering our future. In Mallorca, we have a problem, which is that we don't have public housing, and we have to go to the regular market, and that makes the service much more expensive. And that is a huge problem. but we try to fix it. And with this new experience that you are introducing us to, we are trying to restructure things. And for next year, since we have this problem with the regular housing market, what we will do is 2 batches, 2 lots. One without housing, so just a team, a support team, with some money for the people that are in the service, and then we will have another one with housing, and that is more a question of cohabitation and so on. And we will continue with the oldies that you have mentioned at some point, basically because in that ladder model, it is not a bad model in principle, but it tends towards institutionalization, and people that had deteriorated and that had grown old, and they are now using a place that we cannot move anywhere else, because moving them to dependency services would mean they would have to be almost dying, and so we cannot leave those places vacant, but we need to take some more steps in that direction. Well, okay, there are 2 things there that I would like to discuss. Sebastian said that the ladder model was not bad in itself. Any model where the person is forced to use a path that they have not chosen has a problem, but that would be a different discussion. But going back to a question that was raised before, I think that sometimes there are certain situations that discover things for you, and you were talking about that experience that made you realize, and there's an aha moment where you have a genuine meeting with someone that really shows you the way forward, and that happens to all of us in our own processes, and personal and professional processes. But going back to that, to your role as the designers of public policies and thinking about that response to that problem that you have in the challenges that are posed by homelessness, Sebastian said that we needed to listen to Karina and see what they are doing there. So I will go back to you, Karina. How do you deploy those pilot processes? Do you have a meeting with other people to see how they are deploying it, or what barriers do you encounter when you have gone through that process in Denmark of going from of designing a public policy in a different way?
We often design some kind of model. We have the overall housing first, and then we have some mixing in order to try maybe in a more narrow area, and then we design a model with some key elements, and then often we are giving some funding so that people or municipalities who are interested in trying this are located in that way. But in the start, we actually do a lot of talking about what does this model mean in a local context, because often it's key elements, but they can vary from a big city to a minor city. And often we also have we need some education. I heard yesterday that you have also worked a bit with the trauma-informed approach. For instance, if that's the case that we want to implement in a deeper level, we need some education in order to do that. But actually, on the process, maybe some cities are trying 2 years a project. We do a lot of meeting. Both those who are invested in the project so they can learn from each other. We sometimes need to push a bit more say you have actually been obligated to develop this model, and other times we need to listen that this key element needs to be adjusted a bit. So it's actually a lot of adjustment, learning, talking to each other, and so on, and then we're also putting a lot of evaluation on, so ongoing we can adjust.
Yeah, that is key. The possibility to is if from the beginning of a pilot we know what we are going to achieve, we wouldn't be piloting, we would implement it directly. So there's a whole process of listening and learning and overcoming barriers. And in that working process of the pilot implementation and turning it into a public policy, of course it is not a simple path. And to what extent those barriers that you have found along the way for your administration and also outwardly, so because you have also interaction with other agents and other players that play different roles, what barriers have you encountered? Any of the three of you, we all can share and can make contributions. Whoever wants. Yeah, one of the main barriers that we encounter is the lack of resources, of course. I have my team here with me, my intervention team for homeless people, so with 2 managers and 1 technician, and one of the main problems is the lack of human and material resources. Regarding human resources in the public administration, we have restrictions for job creation, and it's complex. So even though we increase the team with 1 more person, of course, in the end you have other problems, which is how to find the right person to cover that job. And then we have the UMIES projects. We have a social integration center at the City Council of Seville, which is the entrance to the public system of homelessness care. And then we have the social emergency teams, which are the UMIES teams, which are covering those emergencies in the field, and they have to intervene in emergency situations. And we have tried to modify things in order to detect those emergencies on the street as soon as possible, so that we can identify cases in the first 6 months, and we can promote the success of the intervention in the end. And another barrier is social rejection and political rejection by the opposition party. A colleague from the UK talked about awareness raising among the media. We would have to do awareness raising at every level, because I think that one of the formulas would be locating a small 20 to 25 people center or office in each of the neighborhoods of the city of Seville, because they can be unnoticed, and they are more integrators and organizers, and they would be better understood. They wouldn't generate that objection and that opposition. People say that or think that that is going to deteriorate their neighborhood, and there's a social rejection. We would have to overcome that. Shall I take the floor? Yes, if you want. I don't know what you are doing in Seville and how are things there. I guess that you need, I don't know what chapter in the budget are you going to use in Denmark or in Seville, but we have one service which is assessment, and Berta showed the keys this morning, and we have our own staff, and the rest is Capital O2, which is a procurement of products and services, of goods and services. So our services are purchased, are third-party suppliers, and thanks to our political heads, they didn't put any objections. They didn't object, and of course you always have to rely on politicians, because if the politicians don't sign it, I can do whatever, we are going nowhere. So right now we have that chapter 2 of 12 to 14 million for third-party suppliers, and we are working on housing. And so the problem for us, it is not so much of staffing or resources. We have more or less resources. All resources are always welcome. But then in Mallorca, we are receiving a lot of people from abroad because of the booming economy or whatever, and tourism. But there are people coming from other places to provide service to the tourists, and so that makes us grow in population, and the ones that can, they integrate into the system, but the others just end up in our service. But what we can say about that is that we have a part of public servants. I'm a public servant, and you too. And public administration, I'm trying to say that, but there are three main pillars or three columns. We have technicians in the public administration, the politicians, and then we have the legal and administrative infrastructure, so to speak. So the key is in convincing the politician. If you conquer the politician, that's excellent. You have a lot of ground covered, and then the rest is just dealing with the infrastructure, with the administrative infrastructure. But that's almost done. But the main thing is to convince the politicians, because then, of course, you have to discuss with the infrastructure whether you are going to house them in apartments or in a house or whatever. And that is really, they are also difficult to work with. And then from a shelter, we have gone to an apartment, and then now we can be using both. And if I want to make a change, it will be, of course, a difficult discussion. But as I said, very important to convince the politicians. The technicians, we are the ones that are promoting this change, so we are also in favor. So we have almost everything set. And then we have to negotiate with this administrative apparatus. That is a very difficult part as well. Okay, Karina was saying before that we needed some education, that we needed to make each one see within their sphere or responsibility how they contribute to that common good, and how they can answer need that the citizens have. That's a social problem that we need to overcome, and that is key. Being able to make other people see and giving, making sense of the problem for other people that are more in the execution part of the administration. That is key to facilitate and to foster that process. Of course, the politicians have their decision-making role, but from that moment on, the level of, for example, the inspector or the legal expert is going to say no, and that's another part of the job. And sometimes we don't take into account that part. But if we have the necessary will, things can work out, and that's the education that you mentioned, Karina. What takes us to pilot or to put in place and to want to dare? We have already mentioned that we discovered that is the path forward, some education vis-a-vis the different players and trying to embark all of them on this journey. But what leads us to detect those needs, those policies that are necessary, and to implement them? I don't know if I made myself clear. Anyone, any of the three? Karina, you want?
For us in Denmark, data is a key element into trying to identify what still needs to be addressed. We every second year we do a national counting on homelessness in week 6. We we discover both the scope and also the social profiles of homelessness, so that we can use this in order to define if we need some new policies or new areas that need to be addressed, or even that areas that we have emphasized a lot that still needs to focus on. So for us, data is quite, in combined with the dialogue, it's quite effective in order to find these key elements into, defining where to go.
Yes, of course, there's a part there that we have to listen to the stakeholders and then to embark on that participation process. And I think that in projects, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that in projects, since we have created an ecosystem of innovation, and what Rosa was saying, that it's been not easy, and you have been really very tenacious in insisting, and it's been an excellent journey, a beautiful experience, and it's been very complex really to do. But being able to listen and to think, and from the beginning of the technical and management committees, I don't know if there are people from Fresno here, but I want to thank them for their work and the way in which they have allowed us to develop these projects. We have been creating that listening process, and you start to see how problems are shared and how we can bring and put everything in common, and to understand that the problem affects the whole system, and that answers are being provided from different places, although there are some contextual differences, but there are similar problems with different answers to each of them. And I think that we have different administrations, Murcia, Cartagena, Barcelona, and all those places, and perhaps I'm missing some, but all administrations have taken part, and that is key, that process of putting things in common and of common sharing and participation. That's another key element. There's another key element that you mentioned before about the process for innovation, and also to promote or foster that innovation, or trying to implement it in the long run. When we design something, we have to design it in a way that allows for financial sustainability, so that can be permanent, and that is one of the challenges when it comes to transforming. You have to fight for a budgetary item, for some funds, but there's another part which is really embedding it in the whole system. What strategies have you used to make sure that those pilots then become sustainable from a financial point of view, which is a very important problem as well?
Yo creo que es fundamental.
Well, I think it is essential to resort to those public-private partnerships or collaborations. Otherwise, it would not be feasible. The public sector does not have the scope or the reach to be able to do everything. So we have to work in a coordinated way, and also inter-administrative. Because as Guadalupe said, you have to involve all the social agents, all the different areas. Employment is essential. We also work hand in hand with the companies that manage housing in Seville, with ESA, ABRA, and many different organizations, so that we can promote, and we want to look for cohabitation alternatives, but we need that collaboration for anything that you may want to do. Her.
¿Querías tú?
Do you want to answer? Both of you, both. Karina is listening to the translation, okay?
Agree a lot with you that the establishment of partnerships, that's really a good key. And then, sometimes it's both a driver and a barrier to give some money into starting a project, because you can start the project, but in the end you don't have the funding. So sometimes it can be even more effective if you have some initiatives that are driven by motivation, because this motivation is actually not driven by economy, but I don't have a quick answer, good answer, because it's really a big issue to put the long run, and often people are getting a new job, and that could be the end of a project, and stability can be that it's succeeding. So it's yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone from Navarra here? No, nobody today. I'm going to criticize them, but perhaps they are listening to the streaming. No, I was joking. No, the other day they paid a visit to us, and we also paid a visit to them, or we went to. They came here, and we went to Menorca, and then they came to see how we structure things in Mallorca. And what stick to my mind from that visit, they have Navarra, they have a different statutes, and they are much wealthier. We have no money at all, and they have lots of money. And they were coming to tell us, we that don't have any money, how we should proceed, together with the entities, of course. But the thing is, having a lot of money is not necessarily equivalent to success. It is sometimes more important, as she was saying, what do we do when the money runs out? Do we close the project? Do we put an end to the project? The Consell in Mallorca, the council, is a dual organization where we have local administration. We are like a regional government to some extent. And at the same time, we are by delegation, we are also an autonomous region. So we have that dual hat. But we are neither in the end. For example, a city council has, if you do a construction project, you have to pay taxes. And the city council has their own income. But we don't have any income. Everything comes from other public administrations, mainly from the government of the autonomous region. And I would like to emphasize precisely that. We need to convince politicians. Politicians have to be willing, because we receive money that belongs to nobody knows who, and we have to devote that money to different projects. And if we devote everything to homeless people, that's going to create, to hurt someone. So it's important to convince the politician. But it is, of course, it is clear that we have to collaborate with the private sector, and that's what we are doing, of course. And that's excellent. But this structure that we have to create, and I say this for those that in Seville, the Chapter 2 allows you not to depend on Chapter 1, on your own staff, and you can procure. You are purchasing a service, and you are purchasing staff in somehow. And then the first housing service that we put together was created in May 2018, and it continues to be there in 2024. Why? Because then we apply that subrogation of staff. So regardless of the company that gets the bid, the tender, they have to preserve the structure that is already existing, and so that's how we have achieved this. So it is really a difficult thing, but we see that we can have a future in that sense. anything can happen, Sebastian, anything can happen. Yes, there is a part. I think that Karina was also proposing something similar, to diversify, to collaborate, and to guarantee that that process of transformation can be sustainable. And it is also true that there is a part that is an intangible, that was mentioned before, and that has to do with leadership in that transformation process. Those are people that, for different reasons, are very clear about where we are heading, and that's why you are here, because you had that leadership and you had clear ideas and you wanted to transform. Karina, you said before that there was some key question that we didn't address, which is assessment, the evaluation. The indicators that allow you to see that things are more or less working out as you expected. And of course, in order to understand that part of the assessment, there is also a process, working process. And there, I also want to ask a question. I was not paying attention to the time. Anyway, I want to ask a question. What things did you get from the development of the pilots when it comes to in Denmark, in the pilots that you developed, and also in the relationship with, as a member of the international committee of those projects, and also for Sebastian and Rosa? What did you get? What questions did you get from that participation, from the pilot to transformation in that public policy transformation process?
Me first? Okay. Maybe it sounds simple, but we gain knowledge on what is working, and we can. I think we can go with a much broader voice into saying this is the way to go, because we have had a national strategy for 15 years, but we have tried a lot of ways, and we have some evidence on what is working. And in the dialogue on implementing, that's quite effective to have some evidence on that. And then also that we need to work together. We need to have dialogue with a broad range of people, also maybe especially those we don't always agree with, in order to understand the difficulties and find new ways to go. And in that sense, also listen to the people with lived experience, because sometimes they really also have some key elements on what to look for. And as a public administration, sometimes we get so caught up in structures and so on that listening to the people who really knows what it's about, it's also quite important.
Total. No sé si Sebastián.
Absolutely. I don't know if Sebastián or Rosa would like to add anything. Well, I think leadership is important. We said it earlier. We persons always tend to talk. I said it the other day when you came to Mallorca. Humans have the tendency to personify, to make ideas into persons. We insult capitalism, for example. God is depicted as a man, an old man with a white beard. We tend to do that. But at the end of the day, what we do is we connect with other persons. And some persons are more prone to having an idea, other persons are prone to having another idea. So I think the essential aspect is for persons to talk between them, because I said that we are civil servants, we are in a rigid structure, etc. But at the end of the day, the treasurer has a name and a surname. It is a good person, not so good person, a heart of iron or a lovely heart, and we need to try to soften that heart of iron if it is necessary. So this is basically the thing. We are talking about the future, and the only thing we can do is talk between us, cooperate between public and private institution, because at the end of the day, it's me and the person who is in front of me. Nothing more. There is no structure in between that we cannot go through if we want. If we are scared and we don't trespass or go through the structure, it's our problem. All the social structure is made up of structures. And if humans disappear, nothing else will exist, really. There'll be no idea of a God. So it's humans, it's in our hands to make change for what we think should change. I don't know if I've become too philosophic, but I think that's the direction. I think there is a part that has to do with encounters, human encounters, that is key in the process of transformation, of innovation. It is fundamental, and there's also the idea of always fulfill our obligation as public officials, as persons who are publicly responsible. It's also trying to find other ways of doing things when the things we are doing are not working. Like there are more and more homeless people, according to statistics. If we talk to people who are implementing different solutions in the care systems, and everybody experiences different things, listening to Paco, and okay, because there are other persons who have participated in the project and can tell you things as well. I think that's the way to move forward. We have 3 more minutes to finish this part, and that moves us to the questions space. Are we now at the right moment for questions? Great. So this is just giving you time for thinking about your questions. If you don't come up with any, I have some to launch or to put forward. We've talked about lots of things in this process: structures, persons doing things, persons who have their own transformation process, from the facts, from the piloting. I don't know if there's anybody who is in the audience and would like to ask any questions about this.
No, ante este silencio podemos seguir.
Okay, in view of this silence, we can continue. And we can perhaps move. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to let us listen to you. They agree with everything. Yes, after the God and capitalism philosophy, they're really overwhelmed. There's one hand. Apologies, I hadn't seen your hand because of the lights. There's a wireless coming to you. Good morning. I know that there is a recent case in Spain, but we still don't have this perspective. Maybe in other parts of Europe. Do you know of any pilot project who opted for the approach of social impact bonus? I think they are projects that are open to innovation in terms of finding allies, in which, well, we can include the private initiative, the third sector, the public administration, with everyone doing playing their role, and all of this bringing or yielding results. Have you heard or do you know of any pilot projects, especially to the Danish representative? Do you know of any projects of this kind?
¿Has entendido, Karina, la pregunta? Que como se oía...
Did you understand? Did you understand the question, Karina? No.
I don't have a good answer.
Sí,
Yo no sé si
sí.
al final les dijéramos alianzas.
Alliances and result-based payment. Result-based payment. Some projects encourage innovation, and then the administration is paying based on results. So there is innovation in the adding up of all the parts. I'll try. Well, we can't hear you too well with the mask on your mouth. We hope you're well, but just for the sake of clarity for Karina, she's putting forward that she would like to know whether in Denmark or in other places that you have had contact with, do you work on result-based impact? This means the administration funding the pilot projects based on the impact that these projects bring. So when assessing how to fund, do you use these instruments of impact on persons, social impact, and the degree of alliance as well?
I know most about, but we have some initiatives that some private sectors, for instance, some of the big housing fundings, they are trying to implement some housing rules. I'm a bit like in English, but we have some initiatives. It's too difficult for me to explain in English. I'm sorry.
No pasa.
There is absolutely no problem. You are making a great effort, since your language is Danish, and you need to speak in English. But one of the aspects about this is truly in Spain, in the process of implementation, in the process of application of these projects that have to do with the recovery and resiliency and transformation plan. Alberto mentioned that these two projects that we've been discussing for these 2 days are 2 out of 20. There are many other entities that have been deploying their innovation programs. There was one key aspect that was very well adjusted in the application process. There needed to be a clear commitment with the administrations, such that from the very beginning, I can see Maribel, she was insisting in 2021, then in 2022, we joined as well. The idea was to be able to guarantee that this work could be a joint work, to make it a process that would favor the systemic change. So the funded projects were projects that followed that rationale. Entities, social entities, in this case HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda, to file the application, but we needed to be twinned, linked together in this application process. But we like challenges, so we opted for 12, not just 2, for generating this transformation process. But as regards the social impact, in the case of homelessness, for example, we are at a time in which I think this should bring us to a later escalation, because there are many other aspects to be covered. Previously, today, the homelessness attention system is based on an attention-based input, like saying I've attended to 5,000 people, I've seen so many people. This is what we've seen, and one of the recommendations in the framework of the public policies is that assessment and evaluation are key to identifying what is happening. Not because there are large amounts of attention. We have the key. The key factor is knowing what is happening to those persons, and we have to orient or focus the public policies on giving a response to the people. And we don't need to go to Denmark or to other places. We've seen the representative from ministry this morning. She explained the funding of over 100 projects, including, among other things, the control, the efficiency and efficacy aspects, the possible alliances, most obvious one being here with two entities getting together to set something up. And then they have included us, the public administrations, whether we wanted or not, and we had to follow. So this is in Spain. We don't need to go anywhere else. And of course, this was European funding, the Next Generation funds, of course. But in the Spanish territory, we see clear examples of this. Are there any other questions? I don't know if we answered your questions. Did we? Good. We don't have any. There's one hand. Do we have time for the question? Okay. All we see here is 0. In fact, we have 5 minutes. I see 0 here, but I'm told that we have 5 minutes. I'm a representative of the administration in Galicia. When Sebastián was speaking, and I'm grateful for his specificities, we've seen pilots, projects, innovation, but I'm interested in seeing how this is implemented. I got a little bit lost when you mentioned, well, we leave a care home, we move to a flat, but we go back to the care home. Okay, if you could explain or elaborate that a bit more, because it was a disconnected idea. We don't get out of a care home. This is not today's topic, but we are changing them, and we want to continue to change. I'd love to talk to Sevilla more in depth, because we'd like to have smaller care centers, and it's not easy. But the legal administrative structure of the Conseil, of the governing body, found it hard to move from the shelter, from the shelter, to the flat. They've understood that the need for flats, but it's not that we're going back to the shelter, we will stop having flats. Let me explain. With the new learning that we've received during these 3 years, and with the added factor that in Mallorca we do not have, as they have in Asturias, they may get angry to me, but we don't have any public housing system, so we need to resort to the streamlined market, and then the prices become very, very expensive. So with this problem, and with the new information that we have regarding the final subsidies or grants, direct transfers, you call them, next year, I will need to try to explain to the legal administrative experts that we are going beyond the flats. We will have to do the same, but without any flats. We're not going back to the shelters. The shelters still exist. I imagine they will continue to exist. We'll need to take one more steps, and we will release a tender. And the tender will be about one support team with a financial remnant. And we will need to explain to them that we've moved from the shelters to the flats, and from the flats to no flats. It's not going back to the shelter. It's not having flats. So direct subsidies, direct financial aid to allow people to have a housing solution, but not within an infrastructure which is a closed infrastructure.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We will copy that. Help yourself. There's no patent or anything. Yeah, in some other round table, we discussed things that work in one place can be used in another one, and then be adapted and and make it your own. Any other questions? No? Okay, so then for me it is an honor to have been moderating this discussion. Thank you very much for your time. And we have been able to share points of view about a challenge that is how the administration generates new solutions and looks for solutions to that challenge, to this need to share and to look for solutions and to try to look in every different structure and not get lost in that complex infrastructure, so that people and citizens can have a life that they have chosen freely. So thank you very much to the three of you. Thank you.
Vale, vamos esperando a todas las personas que estaban en las otras salas. Quienes estaban acá les pedimos que no se
for those that were in the other workshops, if you are here, please stay here because we will start the closing ceremony very soon.
¿Pero hay que usar eso?
No.
Se esto cojea, tío.
Bueno, amigas, pues todo lo que...
Okay, dear friends, everything that starts has an ending. So we've come to the end. Thank you for staying there until the end with stoicism. I think that we should have someone else here today. It would be Pablo Agustín Amador, who is a minister of Social Services, Consumption and 2030 Agenda, but their schedule is really very tight, so he couldn't make it. He will not be here with us today, but he wanted to send us a message that we want to share with you. Sorry, we don't get the sound in the translation booth.
Favorables y adecuados a los procesos de desinstitucionalización de las personas en situación de sinhogarismo bajo el marco del Plan de Recuperación, de Transformación y Resiliencia. Estoy seguro de que las experiencias compartidas hoy van a ser útiles para poder brindar autonomía y nuevas oportunidades a las personas en situación de sinhogarismo, trabajando en modelos de vivienda inclusivos y fundamentados en la experiencia y los resultados en el trabajo en estas 8 ciudades. Quiero agradecer la participación y el trabajo a todas las personas involucradas e invitar, como no podría ser de otra manera, a que sigamos trabajando como hasta ahora. La colaboración entre las administraciones públicas y las organizaciones de la sociedad civil es fundamental para que podamos avanzar en estos objetivos. Lo que hemos logrado hasta ahora es un avance hacia una sociedad más justa, pero aún nos queda un larguísimo camino por recorrer. Lo tenemos que hacer de la mano, lo tenemos que hacer juntos y juntas, y con esa intención vamos a seguir trabajando.
Bueno, pues...
So, this is truly the end. I had prepared a formal closing, but I think this closing requires some degree of celebration. So just dive into it. Okay, let's do a combination. We want to close by collecting some of the ideas that we have heard during these 2 days. There's 3 years of work behind of a very committed team. They're all convinced that we could bring about these transformations in the homelessness system. We have revealed lots of key factors. Lots of knowledge has been generated. And I want to express my gratitude once more for the effort of all these teams that worked, and also our gratitude to the team organizing this conference, preparing all the workshops, having everything ready at all times, with a willingness to share this learning. I also want to thank the public administrations who have been present in this conference. They've participated in many of the panels, they've promoted innovation, and very especially thank Maribel. Maribel, you were grateful to the team yesterday, but I want to thank you very especially for your inspiring leadership, for your stubborn leadership, very daring sometimes, allowing us to achieve lots of things with quite difficult challenges. We were encouraged not to be cowards, and so this is what has allowed us to see the dimensions of these projects. Thanks very much for all this learning. So the projects have concluded, but we've obtained all this learning. We've tested a methodology that works, combining housing solutions with personalized accompaniment, acting from the prevention. This works. We've piloted new initiatives. We have the self-led support. We have had a direct transfer experience that is very promising, and we promise we will continue to develop it. We have incorporated the experiential agents with a great deal of learning. We've experienced the flexibility of support within the framework of subsidies, but we've been capable of doing it. So the challenge is to make it permeate into the rest of the projects that we have in our hands. It is the time to transfer this knowledge and bringing it to the public policies to generate an impact on the lives of people. We need to promote an integrated housing system, generating knowledge among the public policies, giving agile responses, maintaining personalized support in all those cases in which the situation has been chronified. Accompaniment offers true opportunities for stability, for social integration, and for this we need to tackle the urgent challenge of housing. It is essential to see this as a right. The public administrations and the third sector need to work jointly, as the Minister was mentioning, to guarantee that the persons with greater vulnerability have access to this right. We have some opportunities ahead of us. We have the coming national plan for access to housing, which is fundamental for increasing the residential stock, fostering the cooperation with the third sector, aimed at combating homelessness. In these projects, an alliance between HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda, we generated communication channels. We've generated lots of meetings with the public administrations, whether they want it or not, as Sebastián said, and we've developed technical tools for professionals. Some of them have been grouped within the housing school. You've all received this little program. We invite you to get into it. It's been made with humbleness, but there's a great deal of value in these tools. Many of them can be downloaded. There is a package, like a toolbox, that is excellent. You can adapt that to your needs. But we also have a web page, Soluciones al Sinogarismo, where we are uploading a great deal of documents. We've generated documents for promoting transformations in the policies. There are lots of proposals, but then there are also the models that we've developed, the accompaniment model. We've also developed a model for transformation of collective housing units, because they will continue to exist, but we believe they might work in a different way. And we believe that a lot of work has been done together with the public administrations, aiming at a reform, at rethinking these types of housing units. There are accompaniment models and practical tools. We have all the keys for change. All of them are uploaded on the web, and we invite you to enter and learn, because we also need to continue to innovate, and sometimes collecting all these learnings is the way to innovate. We need to continue to cooperate and bet for these solutions. This is a big challenge, but from the organizations of the Alliance, we believe we are closer to a situation in which everybody has access to a worthy house, have opportunities to lead their lives and end homelessness. And I think together we can do it.
Bueno, yo voy a añadir cositas.
Let me add some logistics. This is the ugly side of this. There is no innovation program without assessment or evaluation. After this very intense time, 2.5 days, we need you to tell us how you believe we could improve for the next event of this kind. Maybe not just quite like this, but as much as possible. If you can project the QR, thank you, so that you can capture it. You don't need to answer now, but please capture this code and answer to us. You know that as much as possible, we will take into account your opinions, and we will make our best to improve as best we can. Let me use this opportunity to immensely thank the work of Procomunicación in the organization of this event. It's been amazing work. The event began to be planned before the summer, but the very hard work started in September to make it flow as it has flown during this 1 day and a half. Amazing work. I cannot name one by one, but please feel included. Guadalupe and Gemma very especially. They have remained restless, sleepless, because of the amount of work of the whole team. But I would like to name the people hiding in the backstage, people recording, people providing light, sound, translation, people taking care of the catering, people making possible for us to be here for 1 day and a half, learning as much as possible, transmitting as much as we could transmit. So to sum up, let me just remind you of the moment when we started with this project. Some of you may not understand part of what I'm going to explain, but I'm talking especially to the team that made this possible. We started in a space of amazing uncertainty. We didn't know what we were going to do because we had a word-written project. It was lying on the sofa at my house, and we needed to make it become a reality. Let me explain an anecdote with Tamara. When we traveled through the cities of the project for the first time, Tamara was with me on a trip to Seville. In addition to having some nice tapas, this is one of the things that Sevilla is famous for. When we came back to Madrid and were approaching Madrid, Tamara held my hand, looked at me and said, "Maribel, everything will go well, won't it?" And I said to her, okay, I thought to myself, what the hell can I answer to this person? But I'm so adamant that I told her yes. And it's not only that, we've overcome all the expectations that I had at that time. So thanks very much, because you made all this possible in that onboarding, in that room far away. You did not know each other. We did not know many of you. HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda got together, and then we started to generate this ecosystem. So we said to you, we are here to transform the care system, and indeed we've done it really, really well. We can conduct this verifying, this checking exercise, because we have harvested existing seeds and we've planted new ones. And truly, in a few years' time, we will be able to say, I contributed to this. So thanks very, very, very much for the amazing effort you made. And at this point in time, we will have a fantastic summary of today on video, and this will be the end. So please just let me say something. Lock the door when you get out. Thanks very much.
All of the projects, of course I know the most about the Housing First for Youth project, but I understand from all of them, has given many, many stories to you, including the story of that project, and it has given outcome and evidence. And now it's your turn to tell that story, to make more and more good projects happen, and to allow people like Emma to actually live their best lives.
Hablamos del enfoque centrado en la persona, pero insistimos en que hay que hablar del enfoque centrado en el territorio, y es muy importante trabajar con el capital social de los territorios. soluciones de pequeña escala que sean adaptables, que sean específicas para ese contexto concreto, que respondan a las problemáticas que se dan en ese contexto concreto y que sean cercanas.
Muchas gracias a todos y a todas, a todos los equipos técnicos, a los componentes de las diferentes mesas, multitud de mesas, que habéis hecho funcionar este ecosistema, a los equipos facilitadores, los equipos de soporte de ambas entidades que habéis proporcionado soluciones adaptadas y manejado el reto de gestionar desde el back office un proyecto enorme y muy complejo, y también a los profesionales de ambas entidades que mientras algunos y algunas salían a esta fiesta, os habéis quedado cuidando el pueblo. Sois un equipo maravilloso y os aseguro que vamos a conseguirlo. No tengo ninguna duda de que formamos parte del equipo que va a acabar con el sinhogarismo.
Vámonos.